2020 meeting of the Radnor Township Planning Commission. We're starting at 6 o'clock instead of 7 o'clock because we have a usually full schedule this evening. So let's start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
one nation, under God, indivisible,
liberty and justice for all.
The next item on the agenda is the minutes of the November 2nd, 2020 meeting. Do any members of the commission have any edits, changes, or corrections to the minutes from our November 2nd, 2020 meeting? If there are no corrections or additions or changes to those minutes, can I have a motion to approve the minutes?
I'll move to approve the minutes.
Second. All approve, say aye.
Aye.
Wave, okay. The minutes of the November 2nd, 2020 meeting are approved. The next item on the agenda is number 3, which is our Drawson Farms lot change plans for lots 3-2, 3-3, 3-4, 3-5, and OS 8A. Is there a representative here from our Drawson?
Dave Fiorello from Omni here.
And Kathleen Marr.
Okay.
I am the owner of the lots.
Okay. Well, who is going to speak for the applicant? Is John here? John Snyder?
No, John Snyder.
No, John is not involved with this project. Kathleen is the owner of those 4 lots.
Okay.
The plan is a reconfiguration of those lot lines. Currently, there are 2 lots, lots 3-2 and 3-3, that are contiguous with each other. There is a 20-foot band of open space between lots 3-3 and 3-4, and 3-4 and 3-5 are contiguous with each other. The plan here is to reconfigure 3-2 and 3-3 to reconfigure the areas on there, and then to eliminate the band of open space between the 2 so that all 4 of them are contiguous, and then to take that area of open space and put it on the other side of lot 3-5 so that there's no change in the amount of open space, and all we're really doing is making all 4 lots contiguous with each other.
Excuse me, is there a graphic that we should be looking at here?
Steve, do you have anything, or is that something I need to bring up?
Here it is.
Thank you.
So as you can see down at the lower left-hand corner, lot 3, there's an area of yellow that's being transferred from lot 3-3 to lot 3-2.
Did you go back?
There's a band of open space between 3-3 and 3-4 that is being actually shifted over to the other side of 3-5. So again, it's a reconfiguration of the lots and to bring all 4 lots contiguous with each other.
So you're moving some lot lines around, is that it?
That's it, basically.
Okay. And you're looking for the Planning Commission to recommend approval of the lot line changes?
Yes, we are.
Does anyone have any questions or comments, members of the commission, that is, questions or comments regarding what we've just learned? If not, I think we should move forward with a motion to approve the lot line changes as indicated on the plan that has been presented to us this evening. So if somebody would make that motion, I'd appreciate it.
I'll make the motion, John. I'll make the motion.
Okay, second. Megan, I think you're on mute.
The storage is like even the painters.
I am. I'll second.
And all in favor, raise your hands. Aye. Okay, that looks like it's unanimous. Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much.
The next item on the agenda would be Radnor Township School District preliminary/final land development plan. Now, I understand a lot of work has been done with this since we saw you at the last meeting. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Lord. Hugh Cadza from ELA Sport. Bill Dolan from the school district is here as well in case there's any questions for the district. Yeah, we're here tonight for the conditional approval for the plan. We've been working pretty extensively with the staff over the past month. Pretty much got the comments watered down. Most what's left over are waiver requests. We do have some things on the Gilmore, which the district's going to comply with. In the meantime, since we last met, we did get approval from DEP for a net zero increase on our sewer planning, so we will not need a planning module for the project. And we did a lot of close work with the staffs, particularly the consultants on the stormwater, and we have that buttoned up pretty good. So there's no comments on that. So essentially, we were at the Shade Tree Commission last week. We got conditional approval. The only conditions being substituting some trees, possibly for color, and then correcting the caliper on the tree schedule.
You're agreeable to accepting all of the tree commission's recommendations?
Yep, we are, sir. Yep.
And all the comments from staff are, you're going to satisfy those, you're going to comply with all of those? Is that
Yes.
correct? And do I understand that there is, that you requested a traffic survey waiver, or a waiver of a traffic survey?
Yes, because the project is more focused on upgrading existing facilities to the current student body capacity population. Anything that we're doing there is not intent on increasing the usage, number of people, number of trips. It's primarily to where you have a weight room that's a third to half the size of what it should be to be properly sized to meet current codes. ADA access, things like that, where we're trying to get more in compliance with current code standards.
Steve Narsini, do you have any comments regarding that last point regarding the waiver of the traffic study?
No, Mr. Chairman, for this waiver, I concur. They're just upgrading the facilities, making them more open to the public, more accessible from a ADA standpoint. So I concur with Mr. Kadzau's explanation on that.
And I see that this is a preliminary final land development. Do you have any issues with that?
I do not, sir. We have worked extensively with the school district probably since this summer. They've gotten their review letters cleaned up. Whatever's not they will comply with. And as far as the two waivers, again, this plan, my personal opinion is I would recommend to the Planning Commission, it would be perfectly fine to recommend preliminary final approval. They've gone, of course, that'll be determined by the commissioners, but they've gone through all our reviews, which were extensive, from Roger Phillips and Gannett Fleming, as well as Damon Drummond and Gilmore Associates. So my recommendation to the Planning Commission would be for approval of both those waivers.
Very good. Does the members of the Planning Commission have any questions for the applicant?
Are there any additional drawings that show the changes from the last time you presented this?
Yeah, we submitted those to the staff for review.
So Stephen, they're in your packet. That's what's online and in your packet.
Okay. But they're not making a presentation of this, or we just?
They can, if you wish. If you remember from the last meeting, they provided a very extensive presentation, and they said that was for introduction only. My recommendation to the school district was to concentrate on the meat and potatoes, if you will. If the commission, if it so pleases the commission to review the plans once again, they can certainly comply. If not, that's fine too. That would be up to whatever pleases the Planning Commission.
Even if you want to see some of the plans put up, especially the ones that really deal with the meat of this, by all means, they should have the capability of putting the plan up.
Oh, yeah, well, let me do this. Let's see, where can I find? So let me get over to here. Let me, hold on here. I'm gonna pull up first will be kind of an orientation thing with the renderings. Let me, I'm having glitchy problems here. Try this again.
While you're doing that, I'll just take the opportunity to thank the commission for allowing us to be here tonight. And Hugh is there. I don't have to dance anymore. Here we go.
Okay. All right, yeah, this is, these are renderings that were done, actually have been used to present to the school board and the public when we've had our public meetings. The primary purpose with this, like we said, is to get access, more improved access to the athletic fields, as well as doing some improvements in the school itself. So this would be the new access off the Loop Road. It's in front of the school. I mean, if you currently recall, or if you've ever been there, pretty much is ADA up to a point. Then from here on down, there's no ADA accessibility. This will be a new control point. The whole intent of this is to get people, trying to focus and get people to use the front facility. To your left here, you see is a new ADA ramp, because currently the tennis courts do not have ADA access. So this will, and you'll see on the overall plan, this goes on down to the lower four court battery below. You can see through this, the fence here, the new retaining wall in here. This is for an overlook. These are the competition courts at the high school. So this will provide a viewing platform for spectators that are there. This is inside. You're kind of looking back to where you were over here. This is the new weight room and fitness room. These are bathrooms. We're currently the only bathrooms in use are now the two bathrooms up here on top of the plaza. There will be concession stands down here where there's currently just one stand. There'll be a replacement synthetic turf field and a new track surfacing going in. Most of the stormwater will be going in below. The turf surface, because that was the only place we really could get the numbers to work correctly. This here is a new grandstand replacing that was built in the early 60s and subsequently added to in the 1980s. The plaza that's up above, the existing, that's there now, will be widened. You'll see that on the plan as well. And you can't see, but in the natatorium, there's many ADA upgrades and other upgrades going on inside the building to improve access and security for that. This is looking back at the same view you had. This area down here, currently, if there's anyone using the field that needs to go in the locker room, they need to go up the existing grandstand and down the door here, down into a stairway and into the locker room. This will open up basically a tunnel access way through here in order to get the teams directly out onto the field. So that was one issue where I think it was a year or two ago, a Springfield football player fell down the grandstand and broke his ankle. This is the field house that's located between, this is Prevost Field, again, looking back towards the direction we had prior. This is the ramp, new ramp systems that are in here. Currently, there's a stair in the over in this area here. That's the only, and the steep ramp is over in that area behind these two people here. This will be the new access way down into the field. This is looking back to Enke Field. There'll be a new grandstand over here. Currently, the old concrete ones that are there, they were built back in the 80s or even earlier, where now everyone basically does. If you've been to a Katie Sampson tournament or something like that, you see people all over the place, which has been an issue from a security standpoint. So the school district wanted to consolidate everybody in the grandstand there. It's a little tough to see here, but this is a ramp that's going down to Enke Field. Again, this is Central Plaza. Right behind this group of people here is a Central Plaza that goes down to Prevost to your right and down Enke to your left. Now you're looking back here over Prevost Field. Again, just seeing it.
I mean, I'm on a Zoom, but I can talk.
No, she just wants to see the floors.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and this,
I'm muted.
this is the new entry to the natatorium in the back. Currently, there is not any secure way of getting into the building without allowing access to the remainder. So this new entry back in here will allow a secure access for the natatorium, which is fairly heavily used in the community. You don't see the handicap markings on here, but this all area through here will be all the new ADA parking. All right, and let me pull the plans up. I'll just pull up the layout plans. Okay, go back one. Let's pull you back up. I gotta keep moving everybody here, sorry. All right. Our first view taken was from this area here. This is the new entryway coming in, retaining walls through here. The new entry gates are located here. This is the addition with the new locker room, new weight room, and rooms in here. Oh, come on, there we go. Remember I mentioned to you that there's a retaining walls overlooking the tennis courts. This is this area here. This is an ADA, internal ADA access point down to the tennis courts. Externally, we are putting this new access way out here to get you to both the forecourt battery and to the primary courts here. This currently right now, the field is synthetic in the middle and there's grass on either end. What we're proposing the district wants to do is to consolidate the field venues here, and this will all be synthetic turf now. And below this will be a new stormwater rain tank facility, crate type facility, which will be below the field. So as part of construction, one of the first things that will be going up will be this synthetic turf field. The track around it's going to be resurfaced. Currently that is in poor shape and will require milling. The substrate, the bituminous substrate will require milling and repaving. Here again, like I told you about the widening of the plaza, where we currently are about half that distance. Now it's about roughly 11 and a half feet wide. We'll provide more access through here for people to use this area. This is remember I told you about the tunnel that comes out, that's the tunnel right there. This is the door right now. If those who have been to the games there, this is where the bathroom facilities are right here. And as you go back over here, these are the ramps I told you about. Here's your central access point. We've also put proposing to put a stairway up here because currently most people, which has been a concern of the district, simply just go down the hill here. Some have fallen. So again, this is part of access, not just ADA access, but general accessibility, trying to control it and be safer. We're adding the ADA spaces up to this existing parking lot. And in one of Gilmore's comments, we're adding ramps here to allow access for not necessarily ADA because of the slopes of the road and stuff, but for people who need and like to have the ability to use a ramp. Maybe they're carrying something or just elderly family members.
Where's the ramp from the upper field?
These are the ramps here. The pathway that we have here now, we're ramping these access ways down.
Okay.
All right. Here is a whole new bank of ADA spaces here. We have placed those all in there. Again, primarily right now, the only closed spaces here in the rear is actually those that are down here along Raider Road. So that's insufficient for the amount of usage that these facilities get. Taking it down here, this is the new field house coming in, which is replacing the two buildings one that's here and the one that's out by the front. This we'll have team rooms and some storage rooms in there. Currently, the storage is either under the visitors' bleachers, exposed, or if you've been down there recently, this little concession stand has a fenced-in area out back where stuff is put in, which is exposed to the elements and degrade. So this will have some of the equipment will be able to be stored under roof here. All right.
Is there, will there be bathroom facilities there too?
Yes, yes, there'll be bathroom facilities there too, yes. Then here with Yankee, what's being done is there'll be we're actually moving currently, you've been there, there's a grass strip that runs between the turf and the fence, which is a maintenance issue with the district. So what we're doing is moving the fence closer. There'll be a ball barrier netting, so put up in season so balls don't hit the new field house. Up here you see the ramp we showed you coming down. This is that central area here where you come in through here, go to your ticket booth, and either go down that ramp to Enki or go down these series of ramps over to Prevo. The existing lights that are out there are still remaining, and so we actually had to, you can kind of see how this has been, this grandstand has been configured, which has actually worked out well because essentially the district said they want to isolate the students from the parents. So this has become the students, going to become the student section over here. But this is going all the way up to the fence, so there'll be no standing in front like there currently is, causing issues. And again, this is all back to getting control, crowd control that they need. And here is a little plaza area similar to what you have over at Prevo. And similar to what's there now, but not at that ridiculous, 7-8% slope that currently exists there. We're keeping existing parking out here. We are going to change it. We're putting a pull-off in here. There was a comment from Gilmore about these spaces, which they will be removed. This will just become a pullover area. Which if you've been there after school, primarily after school hours, there's double parking, et cetera there, and no ability to safely maneuver and drop people off, students off, athletes off.
So will the parking be removed totally along, all the way up to Radnor Chester Road on
No,
Radar Road?
these are still needed for staff here, but there's an island here, and there'll be what's in the radius here will be gone.
Okay. And the width of Radar Road will remain the same?
It's wider here for the drop off.
Okay, but no, but I'm saying like once you redevelop the grandstand along Inky Field, will Radar Road, will the width of Radar Road remain the same?
Yes, through there it will be.
Okay.
There's just one issue, and I'll ask Damon to chime in. Damon, correct me if I'm wrong. Hugh, if you could stop there at the crosswalk. I believe these parking spaces are going to be an issue, and you'll have to go to the state for a waiver. Am I correct, Damon?
It's not a waiver. It sounded like he was going to remove those parking spots in front of that crosswalk between the two bump outs. So if that's the case, that will eliminate the comment. The comment was that there needs to be at least 20 feet between the parked car and the crosswalk, and that's for sight distance issues. We don't want people pulling out or people walking out just in front of a parked car, because that's a little bit more difficult to see. So there's a state rule, I think it's section 3353 and the state code or vehicle code that says you cannot have parking within 20 feet of a crosswalk.
Yeah, the thought with there, and we had talked to staff on that, was that the parking was going to only be operational during the day as staff parking, and then at 3 o'clock it was no longer parking was no longer going to be allowed there. So to become a drop off, but I think in light of the adjustments we made with the proposed grandstand, reducing the number of seats, we can lose these spaces if we have to. And then,
you just need to lose 20 feet on either side. So you
Okay.
Right.
You can keep a couple of them, but this was a late discussion today, so you could probably keep a couple, but you'll have to lose, I guess, 1, maybe 2.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But it looks like you have more than ample room to keep a few of them on there.
Oh yeah, we can. So otherwise, the thing, if you drive by there now, you know how the maintenance vehicles are kind of parked all over the place here. We're now placing the maintenance vehicles in the maintenance area here, kind of sheltering it off. One of the waivers we are asking is you're required to have parking island every 10 spaces. We have 12 spaces here, and the reason why we're asking for the waiver on that was what we basically did was pick up the island and move it over here to the end to allow us to put buffer trees in here. And this is going to be a solid panel gate to kind of buffer the maintenance facility from the maintenance yard, basically from the adjacent parking in there. So it'll be a little bit more controlled. Also, the feeling is there too. They want to maximize the number of spaces for the maintenance people and trying to get them parked in there away from the students and the staff and visitors if all possible. So those are that's the overall plan views to kind of orient you from the renderings.
Will you be replacing the turf at Yankee Field at all as part of the grandstand?
It still has a couple years left in it, 2 to 3. It's not part of this current project, but it's going to have to be done in the not too distant future.
Okay.
Do the members of the commission have any further questions or observations?
Thank you for the presentation, and your team did a really great job of linking everything together. Very nice.
Yeah, it's been happening for a couple of years. I was involved early on with it, and it does the issues over the years. The access is rather surprising as an outsider. I have a couple Radnor Township, former Radnor Township people I work with, but they say, yeah, it's been something that the district's been wanting to do, and there's been a lot of movement in the community to get this done, and I think it's something that the district wants to look forward to. They like to get it constructed starting this summer because it's something they really want to get done.
How long will it take for you to be completed?
I think we're going to 2022, I think, right, James? It'll be a couple of phases. The first phase will be the stadium area. And then once that's done, they're going to go into the building additions. So it'll be more, the field will be used. There's a possibility that at least initially, the visitors side will be temporarily home side in order to clear the area over there for work. But the field, they want to get that up and running. Hopefully by the end of summer, this COVID thing will kind of be away. We can get things back and people back and games back and our lives back.
Would there be any additional economies of scale by taking on the Yankee project now versus kicking the can down the road 2 or 3 years from now?
We haven't discussed that. There is a benefit, not as much as you would hope when you do multiple fields. I'm trying to remember. I think it was. What am I thinking? 2014, 2015 with Yankee.
It was 2015.
15. So so fields, turf fields normally go 8 to 10 years depending on maintenance. So that has a good number, another 5 years in it.
Yeah.
Actually by the time we're finishing this job, it may be getting to the point where maybe it could be something that could be added on later depending on the condition of it.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? I think if there's not any further questions or comments, observations, etc., and I don't think we have any emails, I might as well deal with public comment at this moment, should there be any. But Trish or Steve, is there any? Have we received any emails regarding this particular application?
No, not for this one.
Okay. So it seems to me that they've really done just about everything we thought we wanted them to do when they were here the last time. And I'm hearing from Steve, I guess we've all heard from Steve, that everything that our staff has asked them to do, they've said that will comply. And our staff is okay with the waiver of the traffic study for the reasons indicated. And also that it's appropriate for this to be treated as a preliminary final plan. I take it that staff has no problems with the waiver regarding the maintenance, the parking for the maintenance people that was brought up. And the adjustment to the drop-off zone, do I understand that the school district will comply with that?
Yes, we will.
And all the other observations and statements and corrections that the staff saw, they're all will complies also, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So I would ask somebody to make a motion that we approve the application of the Radnor Township School District for its preliminary final land development plan as a preliminary final, and that we grant that we recommend approval of the waiver of the traffic study and the waiver of the parking in the maintenance area. So if somebody would make that motion, I'd appreciate it. Don't be shy.
Let's see if I can remember it right here. So I move that we accept the preliminary final, and we accept the waivers for the parking in the maintenance area, and a waiver, I believe, for the traffic study. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Do we have everything covered? I think we do.
There's some other additional waivers that for plan content stuff that were need to be acted on as well.
What were they?
They were the showing improvements within 500 feet outside the property. Everything we're doing is in the middle of the property. The parking island was
Let's
right
take it
above.
one at a time. Let's take it one at a time. I mean, that's something we generally would waive, and
Okay.
certainly under these circumstances. So Steve, if you can include waiver of the 500-foot requirement on the plan, we'll
Yes.
include that. Anything else?
Yeah, the other one was the dedication of parkland or fee in lieu of. And our discussions with staff on that was that these facilities are actually equally, if not somewhat more, used by the township as main recreation facilities. And the money, the whole intent of this project is to improve the facilities, access to the facilities, recreation facilities for the township residents, including the tennis courts. Natatorium too, which is very, very, used a lot as well.
You want a waiver? You want a waiver of the in lieu of fee?
Yes, that's section 255, 43.1 B2.
Any members of the commission have any issues with that?
No.
Okay. And Steve, how's the staff feel about that?
No, sir. Mr. Lord, so that'll be a decision by the commissioners, but staff concurred in that this is truly a community project. It's not just for Radnor Senior High School. It benefits youth groups and various other schools that use the facilities. So we had no problem in their request for a waiver of that park fee in lieu of.
Okay, so that's included in the motion.
Yes.
Are there-
Can I just ask a quick question? When you're talking about this, excuse me, the facilities is not only will be used for the high school students, but for the Radnor community. And the reason why I bring this up is that a number of you know that I'm affiliated with the Radnor Soccer Club. And there was some pushback in the past about limiting the use of Inky Field to third-party clubs, including the Radnor Soccer Club. So I just want to make sure that when you guys are talking about the use of these facilities for the Radnor community, that this thing will be going on into perpetuity.
My understanding, I defer to Bill, but there has been no indications of limiting access as far as I'm aware of, recently with these projects. If anything,
Yeah. I can speak to that, not directly. I don't think that, well, it's hard to speak out of the lens of COVID right now, right? Because
Sure.
we're having a difficult
COVID,
time.
I just want to be clear, my comments are COVID aside.
Sure.
COVID-
No, and I understand that. But so our thought to that fee was that, this, everything about this project is, about recreation. And so we have the tap
So
trail.
I don't think that's Mr. Nat's question.
Okay.
Restate your question, Dave.
My question is that when you are talking about, in order for us to waive the fee or agree to waive the fee, you said that the use of the facilities will not only be for the Radnor High School students, but also for the Radnor community itself. So the question I have is that will the access for the Radnor community, will that be out into perpetuity?
I don't know that that's something that I could say or guarantee right now. We can just simply look at the history of its current, and again, COVID aside, we have swim, soccer, lacrosse, tennis, track, folks just walking the property. It is constantly used by, the community. And so I think that's where we come from in asking for the waiver.
Are there any plans in the foreseeable future to limit access to the school by members of the community who want to use it for things
No,
such?
the other way around, John. Is there any plans in the future to limit any of the community clubs from using the high school facilities?
If I could step in here for just one
Sure.
second. So we're getting very, very specific about specific clubs. I think the appropriate question, in my humble opinion, is to Mr. Dolan, will the access that Radnor Township School District has given to date, COVID aside, with the various youth groups continue? I don't think we should focus on a specific youth group or teams.
Correct.
Just is the plan to continue the use with the various youth groups and private entities as it has been in the past?
Yes, absolutely, it is.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Steve.
You're welcome.
Good. All right, let's take another shot at that motion, okay?
Well, we can add the 500 feet to showing everything within 500 feet to the motion. The parklands, is it a waiver of the parkland fees?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, a waiver of the parkland fees, and that would be it.
Okay. So, can I have a second, please?
I second it.
All in favor? Okay, I think we have a unanimous recommendation of approval.
Okay.
Can somebody restate that, because it was a
Trish,
little.
I'll give it to you tomorrow. The waivers are listed. I'll go through that with you tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
And if we get to a point in the evening where I have a chance, Trish, I'll write it up tonight and send it to you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you, everybody. Have a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Bye.
Thank you all.
So the next item on the agenda, we're sort of jumping around a little bit, I'm sorry, but the next item on the agenda is 208 North Aberdeen Avenue, which is the final land development plan. I think the members of the commission will remember that we've seen this recently. I think this may be the third time. So is there a representative here from for 208 North Aberdeen?
Yes, John, it's Nick Cornelia. Actually, my video just went off. Not certain why, but
I can probably guess why.
But I even have my Christmas tie on. I have my. So
that's the reason why.
It's the only time I'll be able to wear it all year.
Those elves.
Yeah, I'm present here, and I think Christy and Rob, are you here for this, or are you here for, or is Patrick?
Patrick's here. Patrick is here.
This is, as John said, this has been seen by this board several times from the very beginning. During that whole time, we've had this plan attached to the proposed ordinance that you may recall went back to this commission several times. The plan's always been attached to it. It's the same plan that was attached to the ordinance back when we first started the process, and it remains the same plan through the entire process. Last time, probably a month or two ago, the Planning Commission recommended preliminary final plan approval. It proceeded to the Board of Commissioners. The Board of Commissioners did approve of the preliminary plan, and it did ask that we submit a final plan. So that's what you see here this evening. It's the same plan that's been submitted previously, the same plan that the Planning Commission approved for a preliminary final plan.
So then are there any particular issues, Steve, regarding this plan that have arisen since the last time we have seen it, or is this more or less a formality, the requested approval?
So, Mr. Lord, they did receive preliminary land development approval from the Board of Commissioners. So they have the right, barring any major changes or issues, to receive final land development. And I don't want to speak for our solicitor, Ms. Eberly, that's here. There's been no changes. This is the same plan. This Planning Commission actually saw and approved for preliminary and final. The only reason it's back to you is because procedurally the Board of Commissioners approved preliminary only, so it has to come back to you. But in reality, the Planning Commission did provide preliminary final recommendation of approval. And just to note, there is one email public comment, and I can read that for you whenever that time is appropriate.
Why don't you do that right now?
So I'll read it verbatim. My name is Susan Herschel, and I live at 213 North Aberdeen Avenue. Per the plan, it appears the existing business structure, formerly American Pool Store, will continue on its current site, ? If that is correct, the 5-space on-street parking will be insufficient to handle the current number of cars parked daily in the gravel lot and existing on-street spaces, approximately 8 to 10 cars daily between residents and employees. That's question number 1. Item 2. Currently, parking is allowed on both sides of North Aberdeen. When cars are parked on the side of the street of existing homes across from 208 North Aberdeen, clear view of traffic for residents exiting their properties is sometimes blocked. Will parking continue to be allowed on both sides of the road? Or can this be restricted to only allow parking on the 208 North Aberdeen side? And that was sent from Susan Herschel. That is the only one I have on Aberdeen.
Christy, do you want to address?
That's correct.
Sure, good evening. Thank you for seeing us once again. Regarding the parking, their neighbors of the property do take advantage of the vacant property there at the moment. In the past, there was business parking used on the area of 208, and there was not space for neighbors to park there. And so now there's not a reason for us to prohibit parking those spaces, and neighbors do park there. As regarding parking on North Aberdeen, we've all along intended to create this new space for on-street parking that is intended to be used intentionally by the neighbors. And that's been, we think that's very important. You know, I can see this from my home, and so I know well the difficulty in navigating that stretch of road there. And it would be the township's choice and prerogative to determine whether or not it would be appropriate to restrict parking to one side of the street. We would certainly have no objection to that if the township deemed that to be an appropriate action.
Any other emails, Steve?
No, sir.
No.
I think we can consider that public comment on this particular application for our purposes and move forward. If there's not any other comments or questions from the members of the commission, I would ask that someone make a motion to approve the application for 208 North Aberdeen Avenue as a final land development plan. I recommend approval, I should say, as a final land development plan. Am I correct? That's what we're being asked to do?
Yes, sir. They are looking for a recommendation on final land development, recommendation of approval or denial.
Well, I would ask that somebody make a recommendation that we recommend its approval.
I will do that, John.
Okay, second?
I'll second.
All in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. recommendation of approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Have a good evening.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is the conditional use application for 200 South Hyphen Avenue. Nick?
Before Mr. Cornelius starts his presentation, it might be a good idea because we haven't had too many conditional use applications to review. And I wanted to go over the standard of review and what you're looking at tonight and what you're not looking at tonight. A conditional use request is a form of a permitted use. It's not like a zoning hearing board variance. It is a form of a permitted use. And if the applicant is able to show compliance with the specific requirements of the zoning ordinance related to that conditional use application, they are entitled to relief unless a protestant can show that there is a hazard to the health, safety, and welfare of the community. And that health, safety, and welfare standard is interpreted very strictly by the courts. It's not enough to show, pretend we were talking about a gas station. It's not enough to show that a gas station at this particular intersection or that particular intersection is harmful to the public health, safety, and welfare. The protestant's burden of proof is that they have to show that it is more harmful to the public health, safety, and welfare than any other gas station would be. The court's reasoning is that by zoning a property for a conditional use, a form of a permitted use, the governing body has already made the determination that a particular use is all right for that site. The burden that shifts to the protestant is to show that there's a significant health, safety, and welfare concern that would override the presumption that was put in place when it was zoned. So both of the conditional uses that you're going to be asked to review tonight are for density modification developments. So the specific conditions related to density modification developments are found at section 1 or 280-97. There's a list of, well, it's about a page and a half worth of conditions, and it's the applicant's burden in presenting the conditional use application to the township, to you tonight, to the Board of Commissioners later, to show compliance with all of these specific conditions. If they do that, the Board of Commissioners and later and you tonight have the ability to impose reasonable conditions on the grant of relief. But tonight, the focus for both this application and for Hamilton Stratford Avenue is whether those conditions are met. This is not a land development review. This is not a time when we get into stormwater or traffic or things like that that don't pertain to the specific conditional use application. They will have to come back for land development approval, and you'll have an opportunity to review those items then. This is specifically the specific conditions in the zoning ordinance. Steve and Mr. Chairman, was there anything else that you think needed to be said on that?
No, thank you very much. Nicely done.
Do the members of the commission have any questions for council regarding conditional use, density modification before we begin this part of our review this evening? Okay, if not, Nick, you want to take us through why you believe your applicant satisfies the requirements for the conditional use? Nick, you're muted. You're still muted. There you go.
As Mary stated, this is before you for conditional use recommendation. It's not for the plan approval for the saldo itself, although you've already reviewed the plan, so you know what the plan is. You know that we're talking about a 9-lot subdivision of an existing an existing density modification development in Trianon. This original development was approved back around 1984, and it consisted of 38 acres. This portion of the development is undeveloped and includes the former mansion house that burned down several years ago, and this particular area has remained vacant since that time. The development, as I mentioned, calls for 9 lots to be serviced by a cul-de-sac on 6.9 acres. There is no ingress and egress within the Trianon development itself. It is all accessed through a cul-de-sac with ingress and egress from Ithan Avenue. Since the time of the mansion's been burned down, this particular area, this property has been distressed. And as was mentioned last time, we have taken this matter to the Trianon Homeowners Association, and both their executive board and the membership itself has unanimously approved this proposed development. Attached to the conditional use application is several exhibits. One, as I mentioned, is the previous plan that called for development of the 38 acres. That plan provided the required open space for 86 dwelling units. In other words, it provided for 5.7 acres of open space. Only 57 of those dwelling units have been constructed at this time. As I mentioned, we are proposing 9 additionals, but there's no additional open space once this goes, so there's no really any other density modification development that will occur within this development. It's developed under what at that time in 1984, and even mentioned in the current code, is the Unit Property Act, which has now been modified to a uniform act that is successor in interest to that Unit Property Act. One item that we'll have to mention, and Mary will address it as well, is that the code provides 2 different areas for setbacks. The one area says the setback for side yard shall be 20 feet. And then the other area, that if it falls under this Unit Property Act or a successor, calls for a side yard of 30 feet between dwellings, not from a property line. We are intending to proceed under the density modification development that was granted back in 1984 that provided for 30 feet between dwellings. Actually, the code has not changed from 1984 till today. The only change in the code is that back in 1984, they did not have to go through the conditional use process. Today, we do have to go through the conditional use process. Everything else remains the same regarding the setbacks, the open space requirements, and everything of that nature. In addition, we've provided as part of the application the grading plan, as well as the planting plan. And the planting plan is significant in that there is no ingress and egress, as I said, to the rest of the Trianon development. And even though we're part of the Trianon Homeowners Association, it will be heavily buffered from that particular area. And that was the request of those homeowners, and we will comply with it. I'd like to turn it over briefly to Joe Conwell from GPX, the developer, and then Dave Fiorello and I will address some of the comments from the staff. There's only a couple comments from staff, and we'll address those as well. Joe?
Okay, thanks, Nick. Would it be helpful for the commission? I mean, you've seen this plan, but would it be helpful to pull up some images again to refresh your memory?
It's always helpful to have a plan up on the screen when the board. When the
Okay, Steve or Ian, do you have what we submitted that you can pull up? I'd be happy to share my screen. I have it all up.
So Ian will allow you to share your screen, Joe.
Okay, thank you.
Ian, if you could allow Joe to do so, please.
Yeah, you should be able to now.
All right, so I'm just going to hit share screen. There we go. Okay. there's a couple things
Where do we
I'd like
go?
to say, and
I'm
I'll,
sorry, you said there we go, as if we're seeing something. Is anybody else seeing anything?
No, nothing's
oh,
on.
are you not? No? Okay, I'm sorry. Let me, I think. Is that better?
Yeah, it's gonna
Almost.
come up now.
There you go.
Okay, great. All right, I'll try to be brief with this. I know we've got a lot to cover. And it's a busy agenda. This is essentially what I'd like to sort of get across. I realize this is a conditional use hearing. It's not, but given that you've already we've already reviewed this, and there's been a lot of discussion about it. I will say this, that number one, to the extent that conditional use is an opportunity for the township and the residents to decide if something fits within, not only the sort of the black and white details of the zoning requirements, but fits within the master plan of the township and the greater good of the township. I feel very good about the plan we're presenting from that standpoint. We spent 4 or 5 months developing this plan with the membership of the Trianon Homeowners Association, and the focus really was on safety / traffic and privacy and impact on the neighborhood, impact on property values, not only in Trianon, but in all the surrounding area. And I just want to bring that up. It seems it may seem obvious, but we spent a lot of time in negotiating and working with them and incorporating, the neighbor concerns. And I do want to say, I don't want to dwell on this too much, but we did have a vote with the neighbors. It was an official vote, and 85% of the association members showed up for the vote, which, if you have any experience with associations, is a very high percentage of participation.
I think you should focus a little bit more on how you satisfy the conditional use requirements, please. We're aware of the fact that there's a vote. We're aware of the fact that the homeowners association next door supports this plan.
Okay. All right. Well, I would.
Is the homeowners association willing to put a sidewalk in? Was that part of the discussion?
I can't speak for the homeowners association.
Well, when you had your meeting with them,
or a member,
bring up the subject of putting a sidewalk along Eighth Avenue, in front of their property as well as in front of your property.
John?
We, Mr. Lord, we, in response to the last meeting, we had met with the township staff specifically about sidewalks. And I would say the one thing is that the first thing we did was we confirmed with them that we are open and we will to putting the sidewalks in full compliance with the subdivision code. We also said we're happy to participate financially in a different project. If there's a desire to have the sidewalks on Eighth Avenue, we're happy to participate in that. We can't, speak for anybody else. We can't, we have a couple hundred feet of frontage on Eighth Avenue, but that discussion was primarily about putting the sidewalks on the other side of Eighth Avenue. And we actually did a good bit of work. And I guess the only other thing I would want to put forth is that we have made good progress in dealing with the subdivision concerns that were brought up in the last meeting. I think we've rectified most of them. And on the sidewalks, as I said, we're happy to comply with the code, and we're also happy to participate with the township. Getting the subdivision, we have not met with the homeowners association about, about putting sidewalks up and down the Ethan Avenue on the Trianon side.
John, I think
that's
I think, John, with summarizing, we have a plan that we can comply with the township requirements regarding sidewalks in the development itself. We don't know if that's the best thing for the township. And we have been approached by township staff, and we have offered that in lieu of that to make a contribution, actually more than what the worth of the sidewalks are, for sidewalks along Ethan Avenue. So we're thinking we're addressing the concerns of the neighbors. I think the bigger concerns of the neighbors addressed last time was sidewalks along Ethan Avenue and not sidewalks to nowhere. So we're willing to talk to township staff and to the township regarding those sidewalks.
Well, this isn't the night for sidewalks. I think Mr. Lord was correct in bringing it up because it is going to be an issue when you come in for land development. And the fact that it might not be the driving factor in a conditional use recommendation doesn't obviate the need to recognize that this is a serious issue, that when you come back for land development, there is going to be a large and vocal segment of people who want sidewalks along the full length of the Trianon property on Ethan Avenue. I understand you're working with the township. I understand that you're working with the township staff. This is not an issue that has to be resolved tonight, but it is an issue and it will come up when you come back for land development. I just think it's healthier to be upfront about that.
We understand.
Hey, Nick, it's Matt. Can you just simply explain why you need this conditional use?
Because the township said that the code requires us to go through the conditional use process for this, because we are modifying the former plan, which was a density modification plan.
Density modifications require conditional use approval now, Matt.
And that's what you'll see later on tonight on the Stratford Avenue project. They're asking for a density modification, which requires conditional use approval as well.
But is the amount of land that's under consideration part of that thinking or about conditional?
Yeah, the original density modification was for, as I mentioned, 38 acres, which included this land. This land, this 6.9 acres, is basically a modification of that plan, providing, again, the density modification development.
But by right, you can't do this. Nick, by right, can you do this on that amount of land, this project?
We are doing it as part of the whole 38-acre development. If this was a separate standalone piece, 6.9 acres, it's not sufficient for density modification.
So how did these two things get married? I was always under the impression this was a project standing on its own feet, not part of a 1984 plan.
Yeah, this is a modification, Matt, of the 1984 plan, is what we're proposing here. That plan called, as I mentioned, for approval for 86 lots. Only 57 of them were developed. This is kind of filling in what wasn't developed.
I'm sorry, Nick, you make your presentation, but I have advice on those issues I'd like to give the Planning Commission as you move forward and consider this, but I don't want to interrupt the flow of Nick's presentation.
Oh, I have an observation here that troubles me. I mean, this is...
Okay, well, Nick, go ahead. I have no further comments.
This is a new subdivision. I mean, this is not how it looked, if it ever looked anything like this on the original plan back in 1984. That's where I'm having the difficulty. I don't think that the code was designed to have something like this happen. This is really, for all intents and purposes, this is a re-subdivision. And then And as a result, it's a new thing altogether, and it has to stand on its own. And standing on its own, it does not pass the test of sufficient acreage in an R2 district, which has to be 15 acres. I mean, you don't even, the land passed through the hands of at least one or two other people before it came to before the current owner, your applicant, purchased the land. I don't believe that the road that's the proposed roadway was ever considered with the original plan. This is a twisting or a torturing of something that had happened in the past. There's no relevance to this one except it happens to be nearby. So I don't think we ever get to the question of whether or not density modification, conditional use, and so on and so forth is really considered here, because you need a waiver. You need a waiver of the acreage requirement, which I don't think you should get under the circumstances because of the whopping difference between 15 acres and 7 acres. And you got 7 acres and you require 15 acres. I mean, I think it's an ingenious argument, Nick. Honestly, I really do. But I don't think it's a proper utilization of density modification and conditional uses. I really don't. And I would. My personal feeling is that a waiver should not be granted, and conditional use is not appropriate here. Now, you can still develop the property. You're not going to be denied that, but you can't. I don't see how you can utilize conditional use density modification route to be able to do what you want to do here and put all of these lots onto this property. I just wanted to get that out there because that's how I feel about this.
Yeah, John, I understand. Remember, this is being treated as a modification of a plan. The ordinance has not changed from the time this plan was approved. It's the same ordinance. And as I mentioned, many more lots than what's been developed was approved under this plan. It just so happens that now we're just filling in what was approved. It's not an approval does not expire. The MPC is clear on that.
Well, this is not what was originally planned back in 1984. It's not,
I think,
and that's why this is a re-subdivision, and it's why you've got to start over again on a standalone basis. It's unfortunate. It's just the way things worked out. But it's not. I know that you keep saying that they approved 84 houses, but that's not what those plans show. What it shows is about 64 lots, and the old mansion house that sat there for years and went through various permutations as people were thinking, well, I can fix it up, I can do this, I can do that, and then finally, it's any plans to do something with it simply collapsed and like so many other mansion houses around here, the place had to be torn down.
and I hear what both Nick and John are saying. And Nick, with regard to the setback issue, you raised the question of the old, what was it called at the time? It was called the Unit Property Act, which has probably been superseded by either the Uniform Condo Act or the Planned Communities Act, the Uniform Planned Communities Act, both of which make provisions for conversion of space or adding additional lands, provided that a number of elements are met. And I'm representing to the Planning Commission that at this point, we don't have enough facts for me to tell you that this plan meets the requirements for adding additional real estate as set forth in the newer statutes. So my recommendation to you is that whatever recommendation you make to the Board of Commissioners with regard to the conditional use application, that it be conditioned on the applicant proving or demonstrating to the satisfaction of the Board of Commissioners the status of the declaration of covenants that was originally recorded. And so what the newer statutes say is in order to add additional land, there have to be certain representations made in the original declaration. And you can understand why that is. So you buy a lot in a subdivision, if it's going to be expanded, if they're going to put new lots and it's going to be different than what you bought, there should be some notice of that. You should be able to look at your homeowners association declaration and see, oh, okay, this could happen in the future. I don't see that this is the case here, but I don't have enough information to conclude that. And I think that if when the matter goes in front of the Board of Commissioners for conditional use approval, that would have to be something that would that the applicant would have to demonstrate. And
let me understand what you're saying, Mary. This is something the applicant would have to demonstrate if the applicant was able to demonstrate that they could use acreage on someone else's property to justify a precondition for a conditional use density modification.
yeah, that's essentially what I'm saying, that there are provisions in the new statute for adding additional lands to a subdivision. But in order to comply with those, there have to be, and there's a pretty long list of things that have to appear in a declaration of covenants so that the property owners in the existing development have notice of that. We have a copy of the original declaration of covenants. It was in the title report. And just a very quick side-by-side, putting the declaration beside the statutes, I don't see that I can draw a conclusion that they've met those requirements. Now, what you're talking about, John, is almost a little bit different. You're saying that there's a definition of re-subdivision in the subdivision and land development ordinance. And I think Township staff has already told them that they would need a waiver of that particular definition because it says the re-subdivision.
255-6.
Right, that it's subdivision, that a re-subdivision has to start from scratch, like with a new submission. And that unless they get a waiver of that. So it might not, if the Planning Commission is opposed to the grant of that waiver, it's not a terrible thing to let the Board of Commissioners know that now before they go into the conditional use approval, but that's not specifically what's in front of you this evening.
I'm a little bit confused. What's in front of us now is whether or not we should recommend or approval or disapproval to the commissioners that whether or not a conditional use is appropriate for this property. Am I right?
Well, that is correct.
Okay, but if they need a waiver, I mean, that's a precondition right away. I mean, isn't that
it's a condition of subdivision and land development as opposed to zoning.
I see what you're saying. Okay. Okay. Well,
I think it would be good to find out what the rest of the Planning Commission is thinking.
Sure. Yeah, let's. I've been dominating the discussion, and so is our council. It's more appropriate for our council, I think, under the circumstances. But as I said, I think my feeling is that if a waiver is not a possibility under the circumstances, then that's something we definitely have to consider. It would be an exercise in futility to go through the rest of this if we don't have if they can't get past the need for a waiver because they don't have the proper acreage. But of course, then Mary brings up the subsidiary argument, which may be even more appropriate, is that they have to pass some other, there has to be a certain language that's required in the HOA document, the existing one for the people who live in Trianon, that allows this addition of this acreage, and we're not even sure that's here. Is that, did I sum that up correctly?
Yes, that's the gist of it.
Okay.
Hey, Mary, hi, it's Joe Conwell. Could I ask a question? Does it matter, this 7 acres, and it's four lots that were all part of the original subdivision and have always been subject to the train and part of the Trianon Homeowners Association, subject to all the rules of the association. It's always been a part of the association. So it was there. The record plan provides for additional dwelling units on the mansion lot. It was, and so I realize there's a lot of details here, but just at a high level, doesn't, I'm confused by the idea that this is like adding new lands to whatever it is that is governed by the declaration, because this has always been part of the declaration.
Nick, do you want me to answer?
You can answer. Go ahead. I mean, I agree, and I was going to say that before Joe chimed in, Mary. Just this is always part. This isn't like adding new lands here. This is something that was already there.
Well,
I know Mary and I just spoke about this today, so I mean that's we're
okay.
Kind
but
of
it wasn't subdivided the way it is today. There was 2 lots that might have been part of the original plan, which were never developed for whatever reason. But the rest of it
statute talks about conversion and adding and additional lands. Conversion and adding additional lands. So it's not limited to bringing lands in from the outside that weren't part of it. It also includes taking lands to which no use was specifically devoted. And yes, Joe, there is a reference in the original declaration that lots 50 and 58 can be re-subdivided, but all of the requirements that are in the new act are not met in that old declaration.
Right.
And this particular property realigns some lot lines and the new acts direct us to that those kind of items should be ironed out when the Declaration of Covenants is signed. But that's a short answer to the question. And please remember that my recommendation is that if this moves forward from the Planning Commission on a conditional use application, that these issues have to be resolved by the BOC. But back to, I think John was asking the other board members how they felt.
Yes. So does anybody, any other board members have any comments, observations that they wish to make regarding the conditional use application that's before us? Can I get a sense from the group? The members of the commission as to how they feel regarding what our recommendation to the commissioners should be. And Mary, I don't want to make it any more complex than it is, so, but feel free to correct me on this particular point. And that is, the question is, do we recommend to the commissioners that the conditional use be granted, or do we recommend that it not be granted?
So here's my sort of feelings broadly about this. It sounds like we're in a situation where there are rules that have to be followed with this type of conditional use and development issue. And if I'm hearing Mary correctly and John correctly, some of the rules aren't being followed by this application. So changes would have to be made in the application for the rules to be followed. On the other hand, what's the best benefit for the community? That's, for me, that's the friction in this. It's like, are we asking that the rules be followed to the T, but in that sense, are we possibly making a mistake about the development? So I don't understand how, like, we have one application tonight that has the right amount of acreage for the conditional use ask, and we have another development in front of us that doesn't have the right amount of acreage for its conditional use ask. So that's where I'm especially puzzled, and I don't really understand how this development just piggybacks automatically onto the 1984 plan. I just don't understand how that works. That's a new one to me. So there's a dichotomy here. There's a friction here, in my view, John. Like, I like to see rules followed around this type of procedure, but anyone else have any thoughts about it?
I would agree with what you said, Matt. I think it's difficult to decide whether to grant this or not, because we really don't have information about how this was supposed to be developed back in 1984. We see 2 lots that were never developed, but the rest of the site wasn't really outlined for that transition. So to me, it seems like this is a new development, and it may be a part of the homeowners association, and they may be working together closely, but it doesn't follow the same development pattern or plan as the original development, because a new cul-de-sac comes off of South Ithan. If this plan had frontage along the road within the development, I would say that it probably follows more closely with some of the original plans, but it doesn't. And therefore, I think asking for a conditional use to use their previous density when it was all contained within interior roads, I think I would have a hard time saying that we should conform to what was recommended in 1984, what was approved. So,
Stephen?
Yes?
Any thoughts on this?
I have to confess I'm a bit confused by the conversation. What was it supposed to look like in 1984? And that was the plan with the mansion on it, right?
Yes. If I may, Steve, there are a couple comments that Megan had made too. The 1984 plan, remember this is 4 lots basically. The 84 plan, the one big lot that had the mansion, it says right on the plan that that lot can be divided into.
Is that in your? Sorry to interrupt. Is that in your packet here?
Can you bring up the plan? Could you bring up the plan? It would be sheet number 3. Shows what it looked like, what the plan looks like now.
Yeah, sheet number 3 she showed.
There it is.
That's not it.
Or-
That's it.
That's it right there.
And if you can expand it, if that's possible.
Yeah, I'm going to try to do that, Mary. What would you like to expand on, Mary? Is that
There's
good?
part on the right-hand side of your screen you can get rid of by hitting that little arrow.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, just punch that. It should go away. There you go.
So Steve, to answer your question while he's doing that, the plan and the declaration mention that lot 50 and 58 can be further subdivided. I forget the exact numbers. I think 6 lots on 58, 2 lots on 50, or vice versa. But there is no draft of a plan as to how they'll look. And there's one of the things that concerned me that would have to be worked out or resolved is that the Declaration of Covenants from 1984 said that like the re-subdivision or the creation of those lots shall be in compliance with the zoning ordinance. It doesn't specifically say this, the old zoning ordinance or the current zoning ordinance when the application comes in. And that combined with the fact that there are procedures in the state law for how to do these kind of expansions and what has to be in the declaration, there's some big gaps in the application that make it not consistent. Okay, you can show them.
Yeah,
Show
and-
where like lot 50 and 58
Yeah,
are.
yeah, you can see, Joe, if you want to show them lot 1, that's one of the lots involved here. Put your cursor right there.
So lot
And then you
lot
have,
1 is where my cursor is on lot 1 now. It's an existing, acre, like lot of about 1/3 of an acre. There are 2 other smaller home lots that have never been built on that are also part of the plan. One is lot number 52, which is over where my cursor is now. And one is lot number 57, which is down closer to Ithet Avenue, where my cursor is now. And those 3 lots are about about 1/3 of an acre each. And the balance of it's just slightly less than 7 acres is this mansion lot.
and that's the lot that the plan, and Mary mentioned, provided could be divided into 6 units, and granted, did not say how. I agree.
In lot 52, on the original plan in the green, in your subdivision, you're going to change the lot lines there, aren't you?
Yeah, John, what we're proposing is that we would consolidate all of the 4 lots into one and then subdivide them as we're proposing.
Right.
I would say this.
It's not exactly like it is in this plan, because this plan there was never a subdivision plan that involved this particular area that was recorded back in 1984.
No, but I will say this, that if you see my cursor on lot 50, in 1984, that was a garage. It was like a carriage house. And the approved plan provided for 2 dwelling units. Actually, it said 2 dwelling units in the existing building, but what ultimately happened, I think in about 1995, was this lot 50 was subdivided into 2 separate units under density modification, like design standards.
Because it was part of the plan that was recorded.
Well,
one of the great things, one of the reasons why we go through this exercise is because of what we're seeing here tonight. And Mary, to her credit, has brought out a lot of distinctions that may not have occurred immediately. I mean, amongst those is the problem with basically borrowing 9 acres or 7 acres of land from other owners next door to meet the preconditions for density modification, for a conditional use using density modification. But in addition to that, there's these other issues, such as merging this property, this land, adding it to what's already there. In other words, doing it formally. That we can't really even decide if that can be done, because it has to pass through certain legal hoops, and we're not sure we have all of the facts and all of the, in fact, and law to know whether that can be done. We also have, I think, Mary, you alluded to another issue, and I heard you say it, but I didn't quite grasp it. But there's another issue in here regarding changes in from the former what's it called Unit Property Act into whatever is now planned community, whatever the present format.
Planned communities are the Uniform Condominium Act. I'm not sure which, Nick. I'm not sure which one you're proceeding under. Because I think they're probably both subsequent in time to.
Right. So, I mean, there's a whole bunch of issues here. I mean, I don't know how we can go forward with this now at this point. I mean, when I stepped in here, I thought like Matt said, like Megan said, I think I've got an issue with conceptually of how you can engraft your land onto somebody else's land to get 15 acres. That's the 15 acres that you need. But beyond that, there's all these other issues. And our choices, I guess, would be to table it, to recommend that it not be approved. Or I don't see how we can recommend an approval under the circumstances. Or the applicant could withdraw it right now and work on accreting all of this other information that would help the Planning Commission and of course the Board of Commissioners to make
Well, when Nick and I spoke today, they would like a recommendation this evening because they want to move forward with their conditional use application. And the Board of Commissioners is under a requirement to hold the first hearing on the application within 60 days of submission of the application, which wasn't until 2 weeks ago or a week ago. I'm not sure the exact date, but probably you're looking at a conditional use hearing somewhere early in February, Steve.
Okay.
So Mary, could you explain to me what is the conditional use?
The density modification development use in the zoning ordinance, section 97, is only permitted by conditional use. So there has to be a hearing before the Board of Commissioners following a recommendation from the Planning Commission as to whether or not the applicant complies with all the specific requirements set forth in section 28097. Does that answer your question?
Well,
I'm still confused.
But has the applicant gone through those?
No, the applicant hasn't gone through those, and I think so.
Then how would we know to understand it?
Because I think the applicant raised one issue. There are two dimensional requirement sections in section 97. And the one that they have trouble with, or trouble with is probably not the right way to put it. The one that affects this development is that in section A is that the requirement under section A is that the placement of dwellings be in such a manner as to use the natural resources efficiently. Section B sets forth front, side, rear yard, and accessory structure dimensional requirements. I believe, based on Roger's letter, that they meet those except the side yard. Section B2 requires a 20-foot side yard in the R2 district, where if you go to section C, or that's section D, I'm sorry. Section D, it says the exact language is, if a tract is developed and operated under the Unit Property Act of Pennsylvania, or under a similar form of development and operation, the minimum side yard distances between buildings or groups of townhouses in lieu of the yard requirements be 30 feet in R2, and that's not a 30-foot setback. That from the property lines, it's a 30-foot between buildings. So what they're saying is that, and if there's one place that there's a question about whether they can comply, it's in the side yard setbacks. And then the question becomes, are they proceeding under the Unit Property Act or the subsequent acts underneath it? And when I had to look into that issue, I found that there was a whole list of requirements in that act that have to be in the declaration that weren't in the declaration.
That's, Mary and I disagree to some extent on that, because the way the code reads is that if it's brought under the Uniform Property Act or the successor, which it is, that we meet that yard requirement. That's really the only issue here is that side yard issue. We comply with all the other yard requirements in 97.
And Roger, you're out there somewhere. Do you agree with that? That's how I read your letter, but I think they should probably hear from you on that.
Yeah, I agree that the side yard was the contentious issue here with the way that the lots are configured.
Are the house sizes about this with what you're proposing for the 9 lots? Are they about going to be? Is the house size going to be about the same as the existing homes on the adjacent streets?
Now, the house sizes are larger. The Trianon homes are about 3,500 square feet, and the house sizes here would be closer to 4,500 or between 4,500 and 5,000 square feet.
Okay.
Yeah, one of the concerns of the homeowners, and I know we're not really talking about that, was to have their own ingress and egress, and not to have each individual lot access from the streets currently in the Trianon development.
Mm-hmm.
So we kind of met both, the developer and the homeowner there in creating a new roadway. That's why the cul-de-sac is being created.
Did you address, one of our colleagues made a bunch of comments with regard to straightening out the street or the grade of the street that empties out onto South 8th, and were some of her comments addressed in your plans?
Yeah, the one that we comply with the 100-foot, I think it was a 100-foot straightening requirement. And then the other requirement was regarding grade. And if you look at that requirement in the code, it provides that for local street would be like a street in the Trianon development, or streets that have traffic from the neighborhood, that the requirement, I believe, was 4%. And then any other street was that we meet the requirements, the standard in the industry. This is the cul-de-sac street. The Saldo specifically differentiates between cul-de-sac streets and local streets. And since it is a cul-de-sac street, we don't have to meet that. I believe it was, I don't have the code in front of me, but I believe it was 5% requirement. And we don't have to meet that, but we do meet the industry standard for what the grade of the street is supposed to be.
And I'd also like to add that we were asked to try to get the street closer to a 90-degree angle. So we got it to an 80-degree angle. That's not a code requirement. We were asked to work on that. We changed that. We were also asked to consider moving the intersection of the street closer up Eighth Avenue towards Lancaster Avenue. And we have changed it and moved it 58 feet north on Eighth Avenue. So we really have, I mean, all the objections in the initial subdivision review are maybe not 100%, but we've made really very good progress in addressing those road, street grade, and road location issues.
So my last question is, if in order with your plans, in order for you to comply with everything that we're talking about, specifically with a comment that Roger made about, was it the side yard setback? What would it take from your plans to basically comply that? Would it basically just mean reconfiguring the lots so this way the reality maybe you may have, and I'm just talking hypothetically, you may have only an ability to build eight homes versus 9 homes? Is that basically what it comes down to?
No, it doesn't. The setback, but I mean, hypothetically, to some degree that may be accurate. But the issue with the setbacks on this site is that the lots are unusually it's an unusually configured site, and so the lots that we're proposing are narrow up front, and then they get wider as you go back. And so in order to arrange the houses in the optimal way, that 30 foot between houses is what we designed it for. So we had, you know, we could go back and design it, try to design it on 20 foot, but we felt that we you know, we were okay with the 30 foot based on the ordinance. And I don't really, you know.
I think the long and short of what Mr. Nat is asking is, how many lots would you lose if you complied with the setbacks?
Or if you, rather than building a 4,500 square foot home, you build a 3,500 or whatever the, you know, the average size home is within this development.
Yeah, those are, we haven't looked at building those smaller homes. And if we were to, I can tell you what we have looked at, and that is that if we were to get less lots and build smaller homes, we won't be able to justify the cul-de-sac road.
Yeah.
And the whole, you know, the biggest neighbor desire was to not have, you know, additional driveways and roads within their community.
Understood.
So
Okay.
your questions are fair. I don't have specific answers to them, but I do know that the real challenge, you know, what the density modification allows us to do is to put that road in.
Understood.
And without it, I'm really quite sure that we will not be in a position to put that road in. We'd have to rethink the whole development.
Any further questions? Does the do the members have a sense as to whether we have enough information that upon which we can make a recommendation to approve as opposed to a recommendation to not approve? Because that's what it seems to boil down to, that we don't have all the information that we need. I mean, for whatever it's worth, my thought is that without restating or stating again all the things that Mary said, and of course I chimed in myself on what I think is a precondition to this thing moving forward at all is, but I think Mary has brought up issues that we must consider. Simple as that. We must consider, but we do not have sufficient information at this time. And it's the applicant's burden. Remember, it's the applicant's burden to bring this information forward. It's not necessarily our job to winkle it out. So I'm trying to get some sense of the group here, as to whether or not we should move for not recommending this or recommending it.
John, we also have public comment.
Yeah, I didn't see anything come across, but
yes, at 6:18.
Okay, I didn't see. Okay, wait a minute. Let me just look. Might be here someplace.
I can read it, Mr. Chairman, if you wish.
At 6:18.
Yes, sir.
I don't have one at 6:18. Who's the author?
MHUNN.
Oh, that's 6:20. Okay.
So it's a letter to Commissioner Borowski.
From the Trinon Homeowners Association.
From Michelle Hun.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so I'll read this. It's dated December the 2nd, 2020. It's from Lisa Borowski. It's to Lisa Borowski, Radnor Commissioner, Ward 4, Radnor Township, etc. Rate GPX development plan. Dear Lisa, in advance of the Radnor Planning Commission's meeting next Monday, this is when it was scheduled for December the 7th. I am writing on behalf of the members of the Trinon Homeowners Association to reiterate our support for the GPX plan to develop the mansion lot in Trinon. The development of this site is very important to the Trinon homeowners who have endured almost a decade of uncertainty and an unsafe neglected property in the center of our community. Over several months, we worked closely in a give and take process with GPX that produced this plan. Safety, traffic, privacy, and property values in our community were carefully considered, and appropriate provisions have been incorporated into the plans. As the township approval process proceeds, we want to make sure that the support of our homeowners is on the record. In a recent vote, our homeowners voted overwhelmingly in favor of the GPX development, with no votes against it. The vote results clearly show the importance of the development to our members. Thank you for your continued support of the Trianon homeowners, and please feel free to contact me if you would like to discuss this further. Sincerely, Michelle Hun, President, Trianon Homeowners Association.
How many people are in the homeowners association, and how many people came out to vote on this issue?
There's 61 in the homeowners association and 52 came out to vote.
And what was the vote? What was the?
100% for, no votes against.
Well, I mean, that's important, but it doesn't alleviate the fact that we're considering issues that I don't know whether the homeowners association considered them or not, and it's not necessarily their job.
John, this is part of the Trianon Homeowners Association. This is part of that development.
Well, I realize that, Nick. I also realize that we're not here on land use and land development, okay? I mean, we could go on and talk about that as we did the last time. We're here on this one discrete issue, which is whether or not this re-subdivision, which is what I think it is, qualifies as for a excuse me, qualifies for a conditional use under density modification. That's what we're here about. And issues have been raised tonight, which have not come up before. It was talked about the last time. One of the things that was talked about the last time was this issue with the acreage and sort of borrowing acreage from somebody else. But now it's also been brought up as the things that Mary talked about. And again, I reiterate, do we have enough information to legitimately recommend approval to the Board of Commissioners?
So, Mr. Conwell, are you a member of the association now by owning this lot?
Yes, we are. We have four. We have 4 votes.
So John, let me hey, Mr. Lord, let me ask you this question as well as maybe Mr. Norsini, because I look at this as basically where I grew up. I grew up not too far from where Mr. Norsini grew up in Beaupre. So what happens is basically there's an area in Beaupre that they recently developed maybe like 10, 15, 20 years ago off of Applegate Road. So isn't it kind of analogous to with what you're talking about, because you had some additional land in a larger community that, from a zoning standpoint, all the lots were roughly about an acre in size, and the average home was, 3,000 square feet or something like that. So I'm just wondering, is that with what you're doing by having sort of like more of a denser type of community, and as well as what are the implications of that? Because I look at with what's done off of like Applegate Road, and they were able, and the homes they're more denser, the lots are smaller, the homes are larger. But I understand that, and I also understand, Mr. Lord, with what you're talking about, where the fact is that in order to get the land acreage, you're basically borrowing money from the HOA. So if Mr. Conwell is successfully able to do it, what is the precedent in that? What are the ramifications of that if you're looking at within other communities within the Radnor Township?
Can I try and answer that?
Yes.
I don't think there's any precedential value to this because it is so fact sensitive on what's in a declaration of covenants and what's on a plan note and that kind of thing. So I don't think the planning commission needs to look at this with an eye to, gee, if we approve this, will we be allowing this to happen in other places of the township? It's such an unusual set of facts. I don't think that's an issue. I think that when you look at the specific requirements for a density modification development, the only one where there's a question or an issue is the issue of the side yards. Is it going to be 30 feet between houses or is it going to be 20 feet from the property lines? That's the only issue. My thought after listening to your discussion is that you have two options. You can recommend denial because you don't think that they've demonstrated compliance with section 280-97 or demonstrated compliance, or you can recommend approval provided that between now and the time they go to the conditional use hearing, they demonstrate to the satisfaction of the Board of Commissioners that they meet the requirements of the either the Plan Condominium Act or I'm sorry, the Uniform Condominium Act or the Planned Communities Act. I don't think they're even sure at this point which one they're supposed to be going under, because I don't think they were both in existence in 1984 when this plan was developed. So I think realistically, those are the two options that you have. And Mr. Lord is looking at me with a stern disapproval. So go ahead.
I think we're kicking the can down the road and not doing our job if we take option B.
But that's your decision. I'm offering you the options that you have, and then it's your policy decision to figure out which one you want to take.
I mean, there's nothing to stop the applicant from, if the recommendation is disapproval, there's nothing to stop the applicant from, going back to the drawing board, so to speak, and making adjustments that will bring, and doing some homework regarding this. I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank on I'll call it the bylaws of the homeowners association to see how and whether they can fit into that arrangement. And there just seems to be too many things missing here. And what we would wind up doing is just dumping it into the commissioners get it anyway in the final analysis, but I think we have the obligation to do a little bit more. Anyway, that's how I feel.
Mary, Matt, so are there things that the applicant can do to satisfy where John Lord's coming from? In other words, is there information that's missing that we don't have that can be given to us, or that we can find, or that the applicant can find?
I don't know, and that's what they're gonna have to do, because there are a list of things that have to be included in the Declaration of Covenants, and if they have such overwhelming support from the homeowners association, if there's things that are irrevocably missing, they have the option of amending the homeowners association declaration now, and there's a possibility that they could cure issues because of that. They also may be able to go back and dig through records and find that at the time, the Declaration of Covenants that was submitted with the title report didn't have every document that a homeowner got when they were buying the lot. There may be additional information that was not included in the title report packet, but based on the information we have in front of us, there's not enough information available for me to tell you that this is fine and in compliant with those statutes.
I guess where I'm coming from, Mary, is that if we can either allow this to go through without the due diligence that I understand from what I'm hearing should be done, and at the same time we're possibly jeopardizing a project that the neighbors want. So it's like I come back to this tension here, because like, I personally don't want to, I don't want to kill something that everybody in the neighborhood wants. If the rule breaking is just, if it's just rule breaking, that's fine line rule breaking. But
One of the things that the neighbors were upset about was the mansion. Now the mansion house is gone.
right.
So really, I think Mary raises up a really good point. So do you, Matt. I mean, first off, the neighbors really don't have any skin in the game. Really, they don't. Oh yeah, you want to join our club? Sure, fine. Here's your monthly assessment that goes into the common area that you don't even own. Okay, but that's fine.
Well, there's the statics, John. You know, their neighbors are going to be seeing the development.
But this isn't the only development that can take place here. And
No, but this is an. I was looking at this. This is it's an isolate. It's a cul-de-sac that's leading into the development.
Right.
On both sides, on all four sides, with the exception of South Lathan Avenue. So this cul-de-sac will be contained within the development. So I think the neighbors are going to be, if they approved by 52 votes to 0 out of 61 votes, to me it sounds, and hopefully Mr. Conwell and his company basically presented the plans accordingly, where everyone's able to make a real a decision on their own and say, you know what, I could live with this. I could live aesthetically. I can live with this. I could live with the density, the additional density that this may have. But maybe in their mind, you know, it's a part of our community, but it's not part of our community because it's on an isolated street, and I can live with it. And it's going to impact the value of my property in a positive way.
You're talking about a land development issue, but it's really, do we have the authority to suggest to the
well, that's a different question. But here's my question:
they should ignore the statute, because the statute clearly says what has to be done. And then Mary pointed out that there are unclear areas that we don't have the answer to right now. And
how difficult would it be to change the community's DCCRs to allow the variance for you to do with what you want to do?
Nick and I talked briefly about this morning. There is an amendment process at the end of the declaration, and I'm sorry, Dave, that I don't know what percentage it is. Normally, the percentages are somewhere between 60 and 75%.
Supermajority.
Yeah.
It's 67.
Thanks.
So Mr. Conwell, have you gone down that road? I mean, I agree with what Matt was saying. I think this is last thing we want to do is jeopardize a really good project here that the community likes.
I appreciate that. We have revised and fully documented revised declaration and bylaws in conjunction with the association's attorney. So those documents are, ready for signature. And all that was done, all of those documents were issued to every homeowner prior to the vote. And we had Zoom meetings with the homeowners, 2 of them, within a week of the vote. And had, a lot of the homeowners came out and asked questions and reviewed the plans. We had a full presentation for them. So we spent a lot of time and, trying to do it right for them and the associate, and so we fully have negotiated and documented the structure by which we will be part of the association. We will, they'll have controls to make sure that the home lots that we build are maintained in a way that is positive for them.
But in order to change the DCCR, in order for you to get, for you to be in compliance, what would that take?
I don't think it would. I'm not sure. We'd have to look at what the requirements were. I wasn't aware that we were not in compliance. But I think that we certainly could do that. I don't think it would take much at all, because we've got executable documents with them right now.
Joe, I was not involved in the homeowners discussions. Didn't the homeowners approve this development and the lots and the configuration and things of that?
They approved everything. They approved the exact plan that we're putting forth, and they approved all of the changes that we're proposing in terms of what our, our common areas and how we're going to maintain them, and, what we're going to install landscape buffers and whatnot. Every iota was thoroughly negotiated.
And this
was a 5 or 6 month period.
Yeah, what I'm asking is, was that part of the declaration? Was that all made part of the declarations waiting to be signed?
Well, it will be, because it's what they're approving is a change to the record plan.
Well, I think there's a distinction there, but so Nick, I think what I'm hearing him say is, no, the declaration hasn't been changed at this point, but that based on the number of people who have approved the plan, that it might not be a Herculean task to get the declaration changed.
Or is he say, I think it's more that once this plan gets approved, the declaration will be signed and recorded.
No, I don't think that's what he's saying.
Yeah, well, that's what I thought. Yes, we what they were voting on was a portion of what they were voting on was this plan.
How about we pause that part of the discussion?
Okay.
Because that's just all speculation and conjecture. For the Planning Commission's standpoint, we're back to the same recommendation from me. Like, if you would like to move this forward, then I think option B, where you recommend approval conditioned upon them demonstrating to the satisfaction of the BOC that they meet the requirements of those acts, is the way to do it. If you think that they don't deserve conditional use approval, then a recommendation to deny the conditional use plan is appropriate. So I think we pretty much fleshed out the issues.
Right. Okay, so have we gotten to a point where we can consider voting? Okay. So let's make sure we phrase this the correct way. And then I'll ask for a motion once we have our phraseology down. But I guess, Mary, does it just boil down to an up or down vote? Recommend approval, yes, no?
Oh, I'm sorry, I was muted. I would recommend that a yes vote have a condition attached that these issues be resolved, between Nick and John Rice as it goes to the Board of Commissioners.
And Mary, those issues would be setback.
Flood board setback.
Right, the issues would be making sure that the act that they're relying on to have the 30 foot between house setback instead of the 20 foot from property line setback, they only get that if they're developing in accordance with a certain statute. So I'm saying that it should be conditioned on the demonstration that they've complied with that statute.
Okay. Now, on the flip side of that coin, I would feel that since they have not brought before us all of the necessary facts and information that we need to make a fully informed decision, that it should be denied. It means they can't go back and cross all the T's, dot the I's, but as of this evening, they haven't done that. That's my position. So will somebody, can somebody put together a motion that see if we can get the language together so we can vote on this?
I can help with the motion if I know which way you want to vote.
Well, let's take a sense of the group. If we had to vote, who would feel that we should recommend that under the present circumstances, that is the way the application has been presented at the present moment, would vote to not recommend approval?
I would, John, except for one thing. If we could rectify what's missing in another meeting, I would, I don't want to see this project killed over like the fact that we're in the rules weeds a bit here.
Well, here's the issue, Matt. I think that I brought that up that we could table it or they could withdraw it or something like that, but the clock apparently is running on this.
Why
So
not do it
so-
a condition? Why not do a conditional vote?
But I'm also concerned that we have to stay within the parameters of the statute too. I don't think it's really for us to say, yeah, we can ignore the statute under the circumstances where conditional uses are involved.
Although I will say Mary indicates that we're not on some kind of slippery slope in terms of precedent.
No,
I thought you said that.
very unusual situation, and the precedential value is non-existent.
Right. And you've got to judge every application on its own merits. That's really the way it works. Not necessarily, it's not like stare decisis. It's not like looking at case law and deciding, well, what did they do last week?
Right.
And then we'll do that this week. But what does everybody sense? Do you want to just say no, or do you want to say yes with some conditions which are somewhat amorphous and we're not really sure exactly what they have to do? Because the homework hasn't necessarily been done to give us that information. I think the sense of the group is that most people would say, geez, I'd like to say yes. Let's recommend approval of giving a conditional use, of granting conditional use. I think that's what we want to do. But I think we're hesitating because we're uncomfortable because we don't have all of the information that we need. And we're sending to the commissioner and say, here, we think you ought to do this. And hopefully they'll have all that information to you by the time you show up on the commissioner's doorstep. Is that what we're thinking?
I mean, I'm looking at this site plan and I keep looking at it, and since the neighbors fully support it, I'm trying to imagine how it would be developed in any other way. And if it's a technicality over a side yard issue, I think that can be sorted out. But I don't know how else you would develop this property unless you saw it as an independent property having no association with the Trianon development. So,
but they're part of it.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the plan and thinking, how else would you develop this? And I'm not necessarily seeing another way under the condition that we've been given.
It could be developed. I guess it could be developed as in some fashion just as a matter of right. He's got 7 acres, and
yes, of course.
You could do. I'm not sure how many houses you could put on it, but yeah, I mean it's developable. It's not a lot that cannot be developed.
Yeah, of course.
They can develop it in this fashion. So we're back to where we were before.
I mean, I would support approval for it.
Okay. So let's take and is that Steve, would that be a approval with conditions or without conditions or what?
Well, I think I would approve with the condition as Mary pointed out, that could be done with the presentation to the commissioners and sorting out the technicalities.
I would agree.
Okay, so let's, would somebody like to make a motion?
And this is where I promised that if you told me which way you were leaning, I could help you with the motion. So it would be a motion to recommend the grant of the conditional use approval conditioned upon demonstrating compliance with the Uniform Condominium Act or Planned Communities Act as required by Section 280-97D.
And what about the homeowners agreement?
Well, that's all part of that.
Okay.
And you can just say so moved if that's what you
Yeah,
want.
does somebody want to second that motion?
I second it.
Well,
Okay.
nobody made the motion yet, so
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we were just adopting what you said as the motion. Okay. Can
Well,
somebody?
Okay, I'll say so moved as Mary stated.
Okay.
I
And we have a second? Okay. All in favor, raise your hands. 4. Okay, 4 against, 4 and 1 against. I'm against. Okay, so that's a 4-1. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Okay, so the next on the agenda, well, since we're now experts on conditional use application, why don't we go with number 6, which is the Hamilton Stratford Avenue conditional use application. It's also another density modification. So is the applicant here?
If I can just add before the applicant hops in, to make sure all are aware, we have some 30-odd email comments for the commissioners. So I just want to let you know that we do need to go through them.
Okay. Well, why don't we start with the presentation and then we'll move to the public comment. So who is the representative here for Hamilton Stratford Avenue?
Good evening,
George.
Chairman Lord. I'm George Brosman, representing the applicant. Shall I proceed?
Yes, please.
Good evening, members of the Planning Commission. I have some brief introductory remarks, and then we have a presentation to show you, and we have some of our design team who will go through that. We have Vern Panzak is going to be navigating the share screen. So I don't know if anybody at the township needs to give him that authority. If so, I would ask that he be elevated to that status so he can walk us through. I represent the trustees of Dorrance Hamilton 31596 Revocable Agreement of Trust. And they're the owners of the properties that are the subject of this conditional use application. I also wanted to note that the family had also engaged Mr. Charlie Howder, who is a participant here this evening. Mr. Howder is an experienced real estate professional, and the family engaged Charlie Howder to shepherd this through the process. So he's been kind of the point person on this. So he's available, as well as our other people that we have. We filed a conditional use application and a related preliminary land development plan for the redevelopment of these properties into a planned community, which, if approved, would consist of 41 townhomes, common open space, and related improvements, including a comprehensive stormwater management system. And we had actually started our conditional use hearing on December 10th. We spent several hours with the Board of Commissioners. We were originally slated to appear before the Planning Commission before that hearing started, and then this meeting that we're at tonight got postponed and placed to this date. We were advised that we should start the conditional use hearing process. So we did that. We're here, as Mary Eberly indicated on the other case, because the ordinance says that a conditional use application should also be reviewed by the Planning Commission. I wanted to note that prior to filing the applications for this project, the applicant, through Mr. Howder, conducted a series of community meetings to discuss the project. These meetings took place on January 30, 2020, March 11, 2020, which was devoted entirely to stormwater management issues, and again on July 22nd, 2020, that one by Zoom, as we were in the grips of the pandemic. I think it's fair to say that all of the meetings were well attended. Commissioner Larkin had helped to notify the residents in the area about the meetings. By way of further introduction, and we'll get into this with exhibits, but this site is zoned R4 district, and it has a combined lot area of over 7.5 acres. Presently, there's a series of dwelling units and related improvements. The tract has frontage on Eagle Road and Stratford Avenue. It shares a lengthy boundary line along the rear with the Eagle Village Shops, a relatively large shopping center that fronts on Lancaster Avenue. Also included in the proposal is a property at 18 Forest Lane that has frontage there. That will basically become an open space area, that property. Of note, I believe the R4 district allows development on lots with 7,000 square feet, which is a fairly small lot size. In addition, on lands that are zoned R4 that are 5 acres or more, another option is permitted in the township code that you've just gotten a little familiar with from the last application. It's called density modification. And density modification is permitted by conditional use. And it is basically to provide for a more flexible design approach than you would have with conventional development. It also requires provision of open space and perimeter buffers around the development, which are not required with conventional development. And density modification has been a tool that has been successfully used in the township for many decades and has resulted in numerous attractive developments that are enjoyed by many residents of the township. The plans that we have and the extensive materials we filed with our application, I do believe demonstrate that we meet the objective requirements for conditional use for density modification. We're aware of no issue, no code issue that the plans do not comply with, and our plans document that compliance. And you didn't really get into that in the last application. So we'll take your lead on how much detail you want us to get into, but we can go over that if you desire. With that introduction, I'd like Bern to start sharing our presentation, and our first speaker is going to be Rob Lambert, who's the site engineer. Did anyone have any questions for me before we started?
No, but while you're talking about the standard of review, for the planning commission members, this one will be a little bit different than the last one, because you can simply ask your engineer if the plans demonstrate compliance with those provisions of the density modification section, which is infinitely easier than the last application.
Right.
Okay. Rob, when you get to that, please
this application,
confirm that.
Conditional use density modification. We're not getting into land use or anything. Okay.
Take it away, Rob.
Good evening, Rob Lambert, Site Engineering Concepts, here on behalf of the applicant. So Mr. Panzak showing an exhibit we used at our first conditional use hearing. This is an aerial image with the proposed development superimposed on it. On the right side of the proposed development is Eagle Road going top to bottom on the page. Going left to right is Stratford Avenue. You can see where the farmer's market is, the Eagle Village shopping center, the Stratford office complex, and then toward the top and the left of the page is more residential areas. So this really becomes a transitional development between the commercial along Lancaster Avenue and the residential going north and west. So if we could go to the next slide. So this is the plan set that we submitted. And I'll be going through a couple of different sheets, but one thing, just to kind of check the box right off the bat here is we went to sheet 4 of this burn. On the center bottom of the page on sheet 4 is actually the conditional use requirements. And so I'll just kind of jump to that to start with, and then we'll go back through some of the other items. And as Bern is doing that, I will identify. So this is the R4, the specific standard. So the net tract size is 5 acres is required. We're just over 7.7 acres. There's a minimum common open space of 15%. We've conservatively shown 15.9, and I'll identify that when we go back to the exhibits. I think we could easily count more area to that common open space if needed. The maximum building coverage is 35%. We're at 25%. The maximum impervious coverage is 45%. Again, I think we've calculated it conservatively. The way we've done it is 43.6%. The buffer area was 25 feet. We have 26 feet. The minimum building setbacks from the right-of-way and then from the property lines right-of-way is 40 feet. We're providing 42 feet. From the property line is 25. This says 27. I believe the current iteration of the plan as we're presenting it is a little larger than 30 feet. So we're actually a little bit greater now. Maximum units per building is 8. We are only providing 6. The separation is 20 feet required. We have a minimum separation of 31 feet. And then the density is 5.5 acres per dwelling unit, which comes out to be about 42 units, just over 42 units. And we're providing 41 units in this plan. So this is just a quick summary just to show you that we meet the standards. So if we go next to the zoning map, Bern. So this exhibit shows a hybrid zoning. So going top to bottom on the page is a kind of a larger dash with 2 shorter dashes. That's actually the township line. So to the right side of that is Radnor Township. To the left side is Tredyffrin Township. So this shows the various zoning districts in each municipality, but we've kind of laid it together. What you can see for the subject parcel, which is outlined in yellow, is that we are zoned R4. Going back to the overall illustrative plan, it's next one, R4. There you go, Bern. Again, this was just the same plan. You can see, just as a comparison with the zoning plan, and so you could see the commercial areas along Lancaster going into the residential areas up to the top and left. The next exhibit is the existing conditions plan. And you can see that the existing conditions plan, again, Stratford Avenue is left to right at the top of the page. Eagle Road is top to bottom on the right-hand side. Down to the bottom of this page would be the Eagle Village Shopping Center. And then there's Forest Lane. And so there's one parcel on Forest Lane, a residential parcel that is included in this development that Mr. Brosman mentioned. That house will be removed and that will become really just open space. And then on the remaining portion of the lot between Eagle and Stratford, at the corner of Eagle and Stratford, you can see the property is significantly developed, and it's been developed over time. There really are no stormwater management controls on it. There's several structures, kind of on long driveways accessing the property. I believe there's 4 driveways. I believe there's 3 on Stratford. One of them is lightly used, and then there is one on Eagle currently. So we go, a question that has been asked of us at neighbor meetings and from the municipality is, what would a conventional subdivision look like? And what this exhibit was showing was, this is a contemplated development under the R4 provisions of the code. And comparing the density modification to the conventional development, you can see the number, focus on the number of driveways that are accessing the roads around the perimeter and interrupting kind of that continuous sidewalk that goes around. There's a lot of roads and Mr. Panzak will talk about tree preservation. There is no open space. There is no buffer. There are, I guess, advantages to using a density modification development in this instance. So if we go to R7, this plan is slightly different than our original proposed plan, and I'll identify the difference in 1 minute. But we submitted the original plan set. We received a review letter one review letter from Gannett Fleming and the other one from Gilmore. In the Gannett Fleming letter, there's questions about the ownership. This is proposed to be a homeowners association, so we would not dedicate the roads. They would remain part of the association that would take it. And they would also, I believe the township does not pick up trash for the homeowners association, so it will be privately held trash. And there was a question about snow removal. Again, that would be private through the homeowners association. In the Gilmore letter, there was one comment. The original plan, in the lower right-hand corner of this plan, where we show a shared driveway between units 1 and 2, originally we had the road extending in front of those, and there was a question in the Gilmore letter about a dead-end road. So we simply eliminated the dead-end road and made it a shared driveway to access those 2 units in that location. This plan also shows where we've identified the common open space. And so you can see along Stratford, we have the common open space. The buildings are kind of in a U shape with the open part of the U towards Stratford Road. We have that common open space. It goes out toward the road on both sides. And then in the lower left-hand corner, we had common open space. And that made up the, I believe it was 15.6% common open space. There are opportunities that we could account more space along the frontages of both Eagle and Stratford Road. However, we did not count all of those frontages as part of our open space percentage. You can see in this plan, we've really tried to arrange it to preserve the views and vistas along both Stratford and Eagle Road. Mr. Panczak will talk about some trees that we've preserved along both frontages. We provided a sidewalk, continuous sidewalk along both the Eagle and Stratford Road frontages. Going through, this plan provides a buffer along all the residential properties to the left. So that off to the left is Grant Lane. We provide a buffer all the way along Grant that then wraps around along Forest up to where the shopping center is located. I believe that was what we had there. And if we go to R8, this is going to be the same orientation of the plan. Again, superimposed on an aerial, and it's illustrative, show the trees. So in this plan, you can see some of the existing trees are the darker color. Again, Mr. Panczak will be able to describe that better than I can. That we preserved all the way around the perimeter. The other pieces that you can see is kind of a dashed area on this plan, various stormwater management facilities that we have. We have several underground stormwater basins around the property. And then we've actually added, in response to some of the neighbor comments in the neighbor meetings, we actually added a additional stormwater basin on Forest Lane property. It's beyond what was even required or proposed, but we added that in response to some of the comments we received. I believe that summarizes the overall development. Mr. Panczak will talk about some of the landscaping as we go next.
Rob, could you just point out, I didn't hear you mention it, the pedestrian connection that's being provided to the shopping center?
Oh, yep, sorry about that. So in addition to the Eagle and Stratford Road sidewalks, we have an internal sidewalk around the Loop Road, but there is also an additional pedestrian connection to the Eagle Village Shopping Center, so pedestrians can access that center directly from the property.
Thanks. Who's up next, Byrne? Or with Mr. Lord, did you want us to go through completely, or did you have anybody have questions for Mr. Lambert?
Well, I think as the panel, I'm sorry, as we go through this, I think the commission members should ask whatever questions they have. If something they see prompts a question, of course. I'm looking at some of the emails that we've received, and I'd have to say that so far from what I've read, most of the emails pertain to land use type of issues. And we're here tonight only on the conditional use. So Mary, I guess we'll have to talk about this a little bit before we get into public comment. So let's continue on. Let's try and stay focused. I mean, we're having a nice explanation here, overall explanation of what the development's all about and its various attributes. Remember, we're just really here tonight on conditional use, though. So, does anybody have any questions at the present time as a result of what we've seen so far during the presentation? Well,
Yes.
if you do, don't hesitate to speak up.
While we're waiting, just to focus what we're doing with our presentation, Mr. Lambert did go over the plan, but he did go over how we do comply with the standards. Mr. Panzak, who will speak next, the landscape architect, will go over, there's some language in the density modification ordinance that talks about how, a flexible design approach could be used. And one of the benefits of that could be to preserve trees and things like that. So that is something Mr. Panzak.
Yeah, and that's a
will
big
touch on.
consideration for many of the residents is that preservation of the trees going forward. So yes, let's hear from the landscape, your landscape person.
Sure. Good evening, Bern Panzak with Glack and Thomas Panzak. As George said, we're the landscape architects on the project. Just wanted to kind of pick up where Rob had started and mentioned our more or less by right plan. There are 11 curb cuts or 11 access points along the roadway frontages, if you consider this plan, versus 2, which are proposed in the proposal that's before you.
Could you put up the sheet that shows the plantings? You've got the by right plan up there, right?
Yeah. Well, that was just kind of setting up what I'm about to say. One of the things we wanted to do was limit the disturbance, and as we went through this conceptual by right plan with our project engineers, we began to look at this site and began to imagine what the disturbance would yield. And there are, several stands of trees on this site. And one of the things that we did as part of this analysis was went out to the site with Jim Ward of the John Ward Tree Company, and we reviewed mainly the heritage trees, and in general looked at the health and quality of the remainder of the tree resources. This just gives you an idea. This image here gives you an idea of, after you put in roadways, house pads, driveways, sidewalks, and stormwater management, this really was a conceptual idea of what we think the limit of disturbance might be in a conventional subdivision plan. The next thing we wanted to show was again our plan, and Rob had showed you this originally, and what we then did was superimpose what we believe could be the realization of the disturbance or lack of disturbance along generally the perimeter of the site. We've provided what we think are similar views along the public way, and we also worked pretty significantly with site engineering concepts to preserve a reasonable stand of trees on the interior in our open space area that does include two heritage trees. We've got 26 heritage trees, and Jim Ward classified 8 of those as hazardous trees. So if you think about the remaining 18 trees, we are saving about 12 of those. We are saving 12 heritage trees, or a greater than 65% of those heritage trees will remain. And, you know, in large part because of the density modification buffer requirements at the streets and at various property lines. What I'd like to do is use that analysis to introduce you to what we believe is a pretty fair representation of what we think that the frontages would look like both before, here's an existing image, and after in the area of both of the streets, Eagle Road, which we're starting out with here. And if you can see this small location map, we're going to work our way, let's say, northward to on Eagle from the Eagle Village Shops corner to the Stratford Avenue intersection. And then we're going to move left or, you know, westward along Stratford Avenue. So this is the present condition here today. Trees and various features here. There's the entrance that was referred to earlier on Eagle, larger trees along the perimeter. And, you know, what we're seeing here is preservation of those trees. This tree here was determined to be a hazardous tree, and that would be removed and replaced with new landscaping. We did actually use this opportunity with the old existing driveway to create an access way, a pedestrian access way. We would be keeping the masonry walls that are now hidden behind this ivy in this location. And as Rob said, we are proposing that sidewalks be added all along Eagle and Stratford. And in order to do this, this is a very steep embankment. In order to do this, we've taken it upon ourselves to extend retaining walls, low retaining walls along along Eagle primarily. Stratford's fairly flat. Along Eagle to preserve existing trees. So I'll just move to the next figure here. This is moving up toward the corner of Stratford and Eagle. And what you see, again, is a fairly densely vegetated perimeter. And we will be retaining that edge condition, that view from the public way. We will be adding sidewalks, and you can see here the retaining walls that we are proposing to preserve trees in this area. And you can begin to see the units that are behind this landscaped edge. And along with the existing trees, there would be a complement of, you know, a two-tiered, you know, buffer infill system that we would be employing. Moving on to Stratford Avenue. And right here, this is Eagle Road looking out toward Lancaster. And moving across, you can see the existing landscape here. And one of our access points, one of our two access points in the proposed plan happens along Stratford. You see the end units or the end views of the units that we are proposing, as much existing landscape and trees that we can preserve here. Where we're not preserving, we are adding new landscaping. There would be street trees complementary entry landscaping, and more existing trees over here to screen any views that would exist where existing trees will not be placed. Moving to the center section, there are 3 views here. This is where Rob described our main section of open space. And if you compare the existing imagery to the proposed imagery, you could see this section is very much unchanged and will remain, with the exception of adding the sidewalk and some additional landscaping that would be included as part of this screening infill. And lastly, along Stratford, again, the existing imagery on the top. This is the existing entrance to the former Hamilton Manor home. This is where the second entranceway of 2 entryways along Eagle and Stratford occur. Existing landscape, existing trees along that buffer area, screening, again, the end views of these units here and here, entry landscaping, and more existing trees to remain. And the property ends approximately in this area right here. And as we move to, again, the illustrative site plan that has been shown previously, there's a lime green line that runs around what we believe will be the existing trees to remain, and you see those here. And all other landscaping is proposed. We comply with all of the subdivision and land development codes for landscaping, both in street trees along Stratford and Eagle, as well as along our interior roads. And there really are 2 buffers required on this project, one along Eagle Road, which is considered a major collector, and the other along the Eagle Village property, which is a commercial site, of course. In theory, there are no landscape-related buffers. There are buffer setbacks required for density modification, which are provided. But there is technically no additional landscape material that's required along Stratford and along our border with Grant Lane. And I just want to mention that even though that's the case, there has been much landscape added to the Stratford Avenue frontage as well as the Grant Lane frontage. And then, as Rob said, there is a single lot off of Forest Lane where additional landscape screening has been added, as well as stormwater management. And I believe that's really the extent of what I wanted to say, just summarizing preservation of views along the public way, increased pedestrian access and safety along Eagle and Stratford. Really, we think limiting traffic impacts by reducing the number of access points, and that's a specific code language, to limit the number of access points along your adjoining streets, and really, as mentioned, the preservation of views. We do think it's a harmonious land development, and as Rob said, it does act as a transition between the commercial and office uses to the Lancaster side and the residential uses beyond. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Frank Tavani, who is our traffic engineer.
Vern, I'm going to interject, unless I heard Mr. Lord say that he wanted to save land development issues for land development.
I think that's correct, yes. Yeah.
I'm not going to have Frank go at this time unless there's specific questions we get. And
Yeah,
we've been talking a while.
There's no traffic component to the density modification section.
Right.
So we'll leave that off for now. We've been talking a while, so Vern, you could just put our illustrative site plan back up, and we'll see if the Planning Commission has questions for us. Thank you.
I would like to pose a question to our staff at this point, and that the question is very simple. Does the applicant met the conditions for conditional use under density modification as set out in the code? Steve?
I can take that. I'm in the process of unmuting myself here. I lost the button. Yes, they have. As Mr. Lambert mentioned earlier, we had provided them a very brief review letter with some questions about the ownership of the whether it would be lots or a condo association, homeowners association, who would own the street, who would take dedication of the street, if any. And we had discussed that, and Mr. Lambert addressed that earlier. Other than that, we've done a cursory land development review on this, and they pretty much meet the codes, and they have a pretty robust stormwater system they put in there. So I would say that they satisfy the conditions of the conditional use.
Okay, thank you for that. Before we take public comment, members of the Planning Commission, are there any questions from the members?
John, I would just say that so everyone understands that this the applicants will be coming before the Shade Tree Commission.
Oh yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, because you haven't come, because I know the residents have got lots and lots of concerns about the trees. And normally in the past, as you and I discussed one time, it seems like the Shade Tree Commission would always meet before the Planning Commission, but that hasn't happened this time around. So when's that meeting scheduled, Matt?
I'm not sure. Trish, do you know?
The third week in January.
Okay.
The schedule's out. And so Shade Tree wouldn't review this for conditional use, as we've talked about, but when it comes in, if it comes through for land development, obviously that's when it'll be back, and all this will be vetted out by our Shade Tree Commission.
Right.
And we'll
that would be an appropriate time for the residents to make known any of their concerns regarding the landscaping, the trees, and so on. Is that correct, Matt?
That's absolutely right, because we'll be doing site visits, and if we have to call the township arborist in on this, we will. And from my just when I look at the initial plans, they're very, very well done. The tree plans are well done, but the Shade Tree Commission will weigh in on that as a whole.
Okay. Any other questions or comments by any other members of the commission? I'd like to make the point, reinforce the point that Mary has already made, is that we're here really strictly for the conditional use part of this particular application. So I noticed, I didn't get to look at all of the emails, but many of the emails, in addition to concerns regarding the trees, which can be addressed with the Shade Tree Commission, have also brought up questions regarding stormwater management. And again, this evening is really not the appropriate time to be discussing stormwater management, because we're only here on conditional use. And the applicant will be back again for another hearing in front of the Planning Commission. And there will be, at that point, plenty of discussion regarding stormwater management. So I think it's probably appropriate at this point to take public comment.
Yes, sir. So would you like me to go through them?
Yes, please.
Could I ask a question? This is George.
Yeah.
Are they gonna are the ones that pertain to land development going to be held for a later time?
I guess the answer to that question would have to be yes. I mean, Mary, do you see any issues? It seems to be more appropriate to answer land management questions when land management's actually being considered.
It would seem more appropriate to answer the questions then, but I think you still have to read the public comment.
Okay, that's going to be somewhat time consuming, but okay.
I understand.
Let's start with.
Steve is going to read fast like the guy on that insurance commercial.
Oh, right.
That would be me. All right,
We'll
so
take turns. If he gets a little winded, I'll jump in and help out.
from Joe Shuda, please confirm the following. Current size of stormwater drain pipe coming from Eagle Village out to Forest Lane. Next bullet, is there a stormwater drain pipe on Fairfield Lane? If there is, what is the size of this pipe? Jack Rubin and Bryn Smith, 5 Hedgerow Lane, Stratford, PA. I live within 200 yards of the property. I have questions about the traffic study. Why wasn't the intersection of Stratford and Old Eagle included in the study? Already that intersection is subject to constant delays and is currently unsafe for pedestrians. TE police reports have to be researched in order to see what the frequency of pedestrian and vehicular accidents that occur. The intersection has been studied previously by Orth Rogers for Tredyffrin. I am in the process of getting a copy of that report. 2, in the analysis of the increase of traffic, to assume that we can expect an increase of 18 cars per hour in the AM and 23 in the PM is improbable. A, the current traffic study was done during a global pandemic and the government was encouraging people to stay home. It was also done during the summer and traffic is normally reduced. A study that has been done during peak times is more appropriate to use for this purpose. B, I could not find out how many cars and drivers each townhouse would have. C, the study was based on 35 townhomes. It was assumed that the 6 properties on the existing property were fully occupied with drivers and cars, when in fact they were vacant at the time of the study. 3, although the community has requested the developers to include egress to Eagle Road to reduce traffic on Stratford Avenue, the developer has not changed their plan. There are still 2 roads leading into the development from Stratford Avenue, Jack Rubin and Bryn Smith. Megan Sherry. Steve and Megan Sherry, 9 Grant Lane, Wayne, PA. Radnor Township residents, property adjacent to Hamilton Estate. Members of the Radnor Planning Commission, we, along with all the residents of Grant Lane and the surrounding neighborhood, have many concerns about the conditional use application of the Hamilton tract. We have owned our home since 1997, and have raised 3 sons who have attended Radnor schools. We both have been active volunteers in Radnor Township for many years. Our backyard directly adjoins the western edge of this tract and is bordered by very mature, greater than 60 feet, trees that for years provided Mrs. Hamilton and all the neighbors the privacy that all desired. The proposed plan will eliminate many of the mature trees and place a 35-foot tall cluster of townhomes 25 feet from our property line. The neighborhood residents who reside on Grant Lane, Hedgerow Lane, Stratford Avenue, Eagle Road, Forest Lane, and West Avenue have been extremely involved from the beginning of this process, well over a year ago. 3 informational meetings, which 2 were in person, have been held to both educate the residents and allow the residents to express the many concerns directly to Haverford properties. These meetings were well attended with over 50 people in attendance, demonstrating the importance of the recommendation and decisions that will be made by this commission and ultimately the Board of Commissioners. Ideally, we hoped that our early engagement in this process would help resolve some of the residents' concerns and impact the planning process. Unfortunately, these concerns have not been resolved, and the residents have many serious life-impacting concerns. The overall arching concern, beyond the issue of proposed density and maximum number of units, is that a plan of this magnitude will forever change the feel of the neighborhood, and that change will be permanent. Specifically, our unaddressed concerns thus far are: bullet, increasing the buffer along borders where current residential homes exist. Bullet, maintaining the natural tree border to ensure privacy and preventing both noise and light infiltration. Bullet, protecting the massive tree root system of the trees that remain from damage during the construction process so they do not endanger existing homes. Bullet, diverting development traffic to exits on Eagle Road. Bullet point, ensuring the complex stormwater system actually works as described and ensuring that the stormwater system is installed early in the process to protect homes, existing homes. Next bullet point, equally splitting the outlet stormwater in the Eagle Road and Forest Lane stormwater pipes, as issues already exist with the Forest Lane stormwater pipe. Bullet, creating more open space that does not have another primary land usage. Bullet point, develop a safer plan that accounts for the increased foot traffic to the Stratford train station. Bullet point, above all, reduce the number of units, as this will interlace and help solve many of the issues. As your commissions move forward in this process, we hope that the concerns of the residents are considered and reasonable solutions can be incorporated in your recommendation to the Board of Commissioners. Respectfully, Steve and Megan Sherry.
Steve?
Yes, sir.
At this point, I want to interject that Mr. and Mrs. Sherry sent to me, I believe it was yesterday, an email attached to which was a lengthy memo that discussed all of their concerns regarding the project. I sent a copy of that to you, along with to Mary and other members of the commission. And I would ask that the memo be attached to the minutes of tonight's meeting so that it is available to the public to read. And you have a copy of it, is correct?
Yes, sir. I will pass that on to Trish.
Okay, I'll give you a break. I'll read the next one.
Very good.
So this is from
Michael Kunsch.
it looks like, oh, the one I've got is from, maybe you get more than I do. I have the one from Marushman at Comcast.net.
There's two before that. Why don't I go through them and I'll switch over to you.
Okay.
From Michael Kunsch, Dear Radnor Planning Commission, I understand that you are currently considering plans for development of the Hamilton Estate on Eagle Road and Stratford Avenue, and will discuss the same during your meeting tonight. I reside in Easttown Township, Chester County, less than 1 mile from the estate, and travel through this area frequently. I write to urge you to refrain from moving forward on these plans and reject the proposed development of the estate. The proposed development of these Hamilton parcels, including the density of the plan for the Stratford Avenue property, will have catastrophic consequences on the adjoining neighborhoods in both Radnor and Tredyffrin Townships, which already have severe flooding and traffic issues. The flooding issues occur on various roads, including Old Eagle School Road and Route 30. The proposed development will exacerbate and magnify these problems, which are increasingly dire even without the development. Further, traffic on Eagle Road, Stratford Avenue, and other roads in the area of the proposed development already exceeds safe levels for those streets and neighborhoods, endangering public safety. Simply acceding to the demands of the developers without appropriate analysis and prevention of the potential effects of proposed development will irreparably harm residents of Radnor, Tredyffrin, and Easttown Townships. In addition to protecting its own residents, Radnor must account for the potential harm its planning decisions cause to the neighboring townships and reject the development plan on that basis. It's hard to fathom that the estate of someone so committed to celebrating, conserving, and preserving nature and the environment would be used for such a calamity. This is from Sandra Gargas. I hope I pronounced that right.
I can read that one.
Okie doke.
Yeah. There is she has an attachment to it, which is a movie, which I guess I could do share screen and maybe put it up. But anyway, it's from Sandy Gargas and Robert Batt. We are 30+ year residents at 54 Old Eagle School Road, Stratford, Tredyffrin Township. Our property is within 300 to 400 feet from the Hamilton property on Forest Lane. We are across the street from Forest Lane and downhill from all the Hamilton properties. Issues and concerns. These 100-year storms, now occurring several times a year, have totally overwhelmed the stormwater sewers, flooded Old Eagle School Road, and have also infiltrated, overwhelmed the sanitary sewer, so much that we have the sanitary sewer excess backup into our basement sewer system. Our lateral sanitation sewer line connection to the public sanitary sewer main on Old Eagle School Road is directly in line with Forest Lane. The sanitary sewer manhole cover located on Old Eagle School Road a few feet away from Forest Lane intersection was spouting like a geyser during the last flooding storm on August the 4th, 2020. We are most concerned with the proposed Hamilton plan of having infiltration beds number 1 and number 5 interconnect an outlet to an existing stormwater pipe on Forest Lane, which then connects to the system on Old Eagle School Road right at our property. We object to this proposal. Redirect the stormwater to Radnor Township, Fairfield Lane and Eagle Road. We have attended all the physical and Zoom township meetings and have expressed these concerns. The stormwater sewer is already at overwhelmed capacity during storms. Concerns: what if the stormwater system does not work as designed / promoted? Concerns: that 41 new households with multiple bathrooms, laundries, et cetera, add even more stress to the aged sanitary sewer systems, especially when the sanitary sewer becomes overwhelmed with floodwaters from the stormwater sewers. Concerns: also concerned about the excess traffic on Old Eagle School Road, especially at the challenging intersection at Stratford Avenue. Please see the short video from our driveway taken during the rainstorm on October 4th, 2020. This flooding, which had gotten worse, created the overwhelmed stormwater sewers, which then flooded into the sanitary sewers and backed up into the basement of our sanitary sewer line. Thank you for your consideration. Respectfully, Sandy Gargis and Robert Batt. If I had share screen ability, which looks like I do, I guess I could see if I can get this thing to work. Let me just see if. Nope, that's not it.
John, I think you can just say that the video will be posted to the website. And
yeah, that's right. You've got it there, don't you? Okay. So the next one is from this, let's see who this fellow is, Mark Rushman, to whom it may concern. We are one part excited about the well-done new development on the Hamilton estate. We think done well, it could enhance the character of the neighborhood and add to the tax revenue base for Radnor and Delaware County. Being on the border in Chester County, however, we have the following concerns. One, stormwater. There are increasingly problematic flooding conditions along Grant Lane, Stratford Avenue, Forest Lane, Fairfield Lane, and Old Eagle School. The Hamilton property has cleared some trees and done some other work, which has already exacerbated these conditions. Most recently, there was a heavy rainstorm that caused muddy water to run off the Hamilton property. We know the developers have embedded significant stormwater management into their plans, but we would like them to build in extra stormwater precautions to reduce the problems that have already been created and to plan for increased global warming related rainflow in the future. Number two, traffic. The study that was done appeared to not include the corner of Old Eagle School Road and Stratford Avenue. We believe this is a bigger concern than the developer has acknowledged. While it is not technically part of Radnor, 1 block away, it will impact Radnor traffic and the new Radnor residents as well as the Tredeffen residents. The intersection is already a dangerous one with four-way traffic, no traffic light, and blind spots related to the train trellis. More lighting, more traffic heightens that. We also believe that the current proposal, while thoughtful on many levels, does not respect the perimeter properties enough to including ensuring the retention of the tree canopy. Thank you for your considerations, Mark and Margaret Rushman. The next one I have is Cindy, Hamilton Estate. So this again has got two videos, one 7 megabytes, the other's 4. And this is from Cindy Hanson, who lives at number 6 Hedgerow Lane, Wayne, PA. Location adjacent to property. Dear Radnor Planning Commission, this email regards stormwater runoff from the planned Hamilton Estate Eagle Road development. I am extremely concerned about stormwater runoff, construction, and increased impervious surface that naturally accompanies it, greatly adding to stormwater issues. As I understand it, the stormwater basins created for the new homes will essentially collect the water and will slowly steep into the ground. My property is located north and downstream of the proposed development. As the water will slowly seep into the ground, my property becomes the development's stormwater basin. This will destabilize my soil, lead to sinkholes, and adversely affect my home's foundation. My home was built almost 100 years ago, and I would like to see it stand another 100 years. Please see the attached video from a recent storm. The first illustrates the runoff from the property. The second shows the river of water created from it. I can also provide videos of the water runoff. This has been a problem since 2008 when Mrs. Hamilton cleared the trees and brush from the property. Prior to that time, I had no water runoff problems. I have emails from Dan Malloy, who was the Radnor Township engineer at the time, documenting attempts to have the owners address the problem. He was told the property was to be seeded to create a meadow. This, as well as other requested actions, were never addressed by the owners. In fact, since the trees and brush started being cut in 2008, erosion has been quite severe. As can be seen by the fence abutting my property, the ground level has dropped at least a foot. It seems to me that the property should drain into a storm sewer, which is used for this express purpose. Alternatively, the project should be required to direct water to the creek or on the other side of the street and not into or through my property. I am afraid if no action is taken by this commission to address this issue, our neighborhood will lose a 100-year-old piece of history, and I will lose the home and property I've lived in for 29 years, all for something that was preventable. Respectfully, yours, Cynthia Hassan. This next message is, or email is from Haley Farris. Good evening. My name is Jennifer Farris, and I live at
Mr. Lord, I don't mean to interrupt you, but there's two others before that.
Oh, go ahead. Read those then.
This is emails from Beth Carey, name Beth and David Carey, address 408 West, property abuts Hamilton Track in the rear. I'm sorry, this one is actually for the land development. My apologies. That's for the next application. This one is from Mark and Christine Gato, address 4 Hedgerow Lane, proximity to the two properties. By walking using a street path, Hedgerow, and then onto Stratford Avenue, we are 1/10 of a mile or around 500 feet from the larger property. We are about half that distance if we travel as the crow flies. We are much closer to the small lot. I estimate the distance between to be no more than 300 to 350 feet. Here are my list of concerns. Density. We are going from a handful of people living in 2 homes, potentially over 160 plus people living in 41 units. 41 units with 4 bedrooms, assuming 1 person per bedroom. Currently, there are no vehicles, and this would change to over 82 vehicles. This is just for the larger property. Another 35 to 40 people could reside in the smaller lot with 18 plus cars. Therefore, the proposed development will bring 200 plus more people and over 100 vehicles. Clearly, this level of density will result in stormwater, traffic, safety, and other issues. How can density not be an issue and cause many others? Next bullet point, traffic. The traffic study provided by F. Tavani did not study the intersection of Stratford Avenue at Old Eagle School Road. This intersection is already a cause of congestion at certain times of the day, but is also a safety hazard to both vehicle drivers and pedestrians. The new development will potentially cause backups and accidents for the local residents of both Radnor and Tredyffrin. By excluding any analysis of the Stratford Avenue and Old Eagle School Road intersection, I'm not sure why anyone would view this study as complete and therefore factual. I question the assumptions of this plan. They study also assumes people will use the train, which has no factual data behind this claim at all. It's a guess. This leads me to question the validity of the other studies performed, and especially the stormwater study. Stormwater, this is such a huge issue. The neighborhood and entire Radnor and TE community is already under stress. The local neighborhood, and especially the bottom of Hedgerow Lane, has already seen damage done by the clearing of the smaller lot, as well as the development that took place on Stratford in recent years. Plus, much of the water running down Stratford Avenue flow right onto Hedgerow Lane. Based upon the incompleteness of the traffic study, I assume their stormwater one is also incomplete and heavily biased. I also question any assumptions of the stormwater plans. Next bullet, property values. My current view is the increase in density, traffic, stormwater, noise, and light pollution, and overall public safety, parentheses, traffic, pedestrian accidents, comma, crime, etc., parentheses, will negatively impact the value of homes of Grant Lane, Stratford Avenue, Hedgerow Lane, etc. Shouldn't one of these properties be turned into open space - a park? Thank you and happy holidays, Mark and Christine Gato. Now we're back at the Farris.
Okay, so this is from Haley Farris. Good evening. My name is Jennifer Farris, and I live at 332 Stratford Avenue. I am approximately a quarter of a mile from the Hamilton property. I have lived at this property for 10 years. I strongly believe the addition of the new development on the Hamilton property will have negative impact on both pedestrian and driver safety. The intersection of Stratford Avenue and Old Eagle School Road can be treacherous for a variety of reasons. One, I have personally witnessed cars speeding on Old Eagle School Road, plus there is low visibility because of the bridge. Two, there are many pedestrians crossing Old Eagle School Road, especially at rush hour. When it is dark, it is difficult to see pedestrians crossing the road, putting these individuals and drivers at risk. Three, there is an increased number of cars during the rush hour, which can cause heightened stress and riskier driving behavior, especially those turning left out of Stratford onto Old Eagle School. I'm extremely concerned about the direct impact on the intersection of Stratford and Old Eagle School Road with the addition of close to 90 additional cars from this new development. I find it hard to believe that it will not impact pedestrian safety, driver safety, and increased congestion, especially during rush hour. I'm curious to know what this development team is doing to mitigate this increased risk. Have you taken these concerns into consideration? If not, what are you going to do? I have already witnessed enough close calls and clearly do not want to see an uptick in accidents or potential injuries. Thank you, Jen Farris. The next one I have is from David Willis. We live at 335 Stratford Avenue, where we have resided for 15 years. Our comments, while consistent with overall messages from other residents, are specific to our home and location. First, the proposed plan offers a density of homes that is too high to fit the neighborhood. Compared with the residential zones surrounding the proposed development, the density of many townhouses squeezed together does not fit the character of the community, and short the proposal contains too many homes. Second, the impact on traffic has been underrepresented as a concern for residents, particularly at our end of the street, closer to Eagle Road and the Stratford Station. The stop sign from Stratford Avenue onto Eagle Road can become exceedingly congested, resulting in cars backed up from the intersection to blocking access to our driveway. Several factors contribute to congestion: pedestrians getting off the train in large groups that block the intersection, cars attempting to make left turns, etc. As such, it is not viable to have both entrances from the development onto Stratford Avenue and thereby magnify the congestion at our end of the street. Further, we don't believe the developer's traffic study has included this intersection in their report, leaving them unable to adequately answer questions with regards to the negative impact their development will have. Finally, the neighbors compiled a series of well-reasoned requests. The current proposal seems only to have included the addition of a small stormwater system at the corner adjoining Forest Road. Can you please explain why none of the other suggestions have been included in the planning? Sincerely, Sharon and David Wills. The next one is Arthur Hucklebridge. Arthur Hucklebridge.
No, hold on. I have an Angela Scully.
Okay, I don't have that one.
I'll take that, sir. It's from Angela Scully. The Hamilton project will exacerbate existing stormwater problems caused by the prior townhouses. Build the property. Angela Scully. Now there's Mr. Hucklebridge, sir.
Okay. I am Beverly Susan Cap Hucklebridge, the current owner of my childhood home at 321 Eagle Road. This property has been in my family since the 1950s. The side of my property is directly adjacent to the access road into the proposed development. I'm very concerned about our privacy and about light and noise pollution emanating from the development. What measures are proposed to ensure privacy and prevent light and noise pollution? I would like to request mature barrier plantings between my property and the proposed development. I continue to be concerned about the increase in traffic on Eagle Road and with the possibility of traffic backed up in front of my house. I am concerned about traffic signs, stop signs, and yield signs on Eagle Road, which may also encourage backups. Another concern is the stress this development will have on the aging water and sewer infrastructures. And heavy rain, flooding is an issue. What assurances can you give me that these issues have been adequately addressed? The next one I have is Ted Heimel.
Correct.
Okay, 11 Forest. This is our names are Ted and Laura Heimel. Our location is 11 Forest Lane, Wayne, PA. We are TE residents and live within 100 feet of Radnor/TE Township line. We are probably 300 to 400 yards from the proposed Hamilton projected site.
Thank you.
We are considered, quote, party status, unquote. Our concerns: 1, stormwater. It is well documented that we are getting more annual rainfall than we did annually over the last 100 years. Our neighborhood has provided countless videos and pictures of the once in 100-year storms that seem to occur 2 to 3 times a year. We already have a stormwater management issue that is getting worse, not better. Suggestion: 1, reduce density in the number of properties from 41 to 30. This could maintain the impervious surfaces and existing trees, etc. In the preliminary plans, the current impervious surfaces would increase from 23.9 to 43.6%, which is concerning. Put additional money aside in an escrow account in case the promises of the developer fall short and do not live up to the expectations of all the residents living downstream. Pay the consequences in perpetuity. We feel very uncomfortable leaving the potential future issues just to the homeowner associates. Concern: traffic. Even though we do not live in Stratford, we take that route often, which is already congested, especially if you're on Stratford trying to make a left onto Old Eagle School. Adding 41 new homes with 70 plus cars to the area will exacerbate an existing problem. Having 2 entrances/exits from the development on the Stratford Avenue makes 0 sense to me. Suggestion: we have asked the developers a few times to have an entrance/exit from the development on Eagle Road. For some reason, every time we bring it up, it's almost like it's the first time they're hearing this. I personally recommended it several times at official meetings in front of the developers. Thank you for entering this into the record. Sincerely, Ted and Laura Heimel. Next is from M. Hun, trianon@gmail.
I have a new G.
Oh, I just read that one. That's the letter from Baraski.
Oh, sorry.
Baraski.
Next one is Heather Gallagher.
Yeah. Heather Gallagher writes, please put green space, trees, and room to breathe over drainage issues, traffic and overcrowding. Every inch of our town does not have to be covered in new construction, all for greed and taxes. Green space and historic homes are why our town is so beautiful. Brendan and Heather Gallagher, 417 West Beech Tree Lane, Wayne, Pennsylvania. Next is Cindy Hamilton.
G. Lacken, 76 at Hotmail.
No, I don't have that one.
I'll take that, sir. So just remember, folks, I read them exactly as they're written. To whom it may concern, as a neighbor at intersection of Old Eagle and Stratford, who has suffered major and catastrophic flooding on our property, nearly to loss of life, I have an interest in this development. I think that, while as lovely as the townhouse development looks, granting conditional use to the tracts of land will only make things worse, and it would ignore the intent of the flexibility of the zoning code. I realize this would be a hard source of tax revenue to say no to, and certainly a hard group of citizens to say no to. We are feeling a little like David and Goliath. I am not sure how the board can really consider it when looking at the black and white objectives of the law. The developer stated under compliance with section 263.4 that a total of 187 trees will be removed. How can the trustees development which preserves trees? Wouldn't the trustees need to meet these objectives prior to proving that they are in compliance with section 263? I also don't see how this proposal for 40-some townhomes is in adherence with the third objective, which reads development should be closely related to the physical characteristics of the site in harmony with surrounding tracts, parentheses, all single-family homes as is there now, parentheses. The second part of my question would be whether or not conditional use in Radnor has ever been granted to an R4 tract of land that had to join with other tracts to meet the 5-acre minimum, and if so, where, when? None of the individual parcels are 5 acres on their own, but the whole tract is over 5 acres. Thank you, Jeff and Beth Brault. Gregory sorry.
Oh, yeah, there's one I have before that, which is Kathy Hamilton.
That's after.
Oh, all right. Well, they came in reversed. Okay, let me read Kathy Hamilton. My question concerns the parking on site in the development. Item 6 in the comprehensive residence concerns. In reading through the details, the proposed 2-car garages are 16 feet wide. Standard 2-car garages are 20 feet wide. The reality of this is that 1 car per unit will be parked in the garage. There are only 12 additional parking spaces for the 41 proposed townhomes. So picture each town home with 1, possibly 2 cars in their driveway. This is assuming no one is entertaining or having visitors. There is and will be no additional street parking. Will guests be parking on Hedgerow or Grant and walk over? A standard 20-foot garage would eliminate much congestion and make development more visibly pleasing to residents, neighbors, as well as alleviating congestion and overflow parking. I would like to see this be a condition. If this means reducing the number of units per cluster to increase the individual footprint width, then again, that also reduces the congestion. As a realtor, the value of a 2-car garage to prospective owners cannot be overstated. Okay, so the next one is Zarzi, Gregory Zarzi.
Correct.
Gregory Zarzi, 6 Forest Lane, 300 feet from the property in Forest Lane for a different township. I've been granted party status in previous meetings. The current rainwater study analysis, the current rainwater study analyzes the runoff from the proposed development. However, the proposed stormwater management system is designed to significantly increase the stormwater infiltration over what is currently existing. This statement is a direct quote from the stormwater engineer or the civil engineer representing SANE. My concern and that of the neighbors is not limited to just surface runoff. The entire neighborhood on Forest Lane and Fairfield Avenue is downhill from the Hamilton Estate property. Currently, the majority of concerned neighbors have sump pumps and other subterranean mitigation systems due to the existing hydrostatic pressure. These run constantly during and for days after rain events. The concern we have is what measurable difference in the existing water table will be experienced with the effects of an increased water infiltration. What analysis has been performed to validate the effects we will experience? What responsibility does the property owner and Radnor Township have to assure the residents that in our neighborhood that we will not experience negative and detrimental effects from this change to water infiltration and the water table to allow the developer to profit from the excessive and unnecessary overdevelopment of this property? The next one I have is from Gagan Chola.
Kathy Hamilton.
You
read that one. You went out of order. Yes, you're correct.
So this resident writes some concerns. 1, the 18-foot, looks like AI, I can't really decipher this, 18-foot AI or AL tree on Forest Lane lot at the property line with our home on 21 Grant Lane is surrounded with ivy and weighing the tree branches. Broken branch is currently hanging, holding by ivy, and can fall anytime in our backyard. Looking at the plans, this particular tree is not planned for removal, and it concerns me if the arborist was even consulted to make decisions to review the health of the tree, what trees to be removed and what to keep. Could the landscape architect confirm if arborist was consulted to review the health of the trees? I think that question was answered, actually. And this is, and this particular tree, 18 feet AI on property line of Forest Road / Grant Lane past the health. 2, the traffic study did not include the counts on intersections of Stratford Ave / Old Eagle School Road. This intersection is the main bottleneck during peak travel time. Why was the traffic study / counts were not done at this intersection? 3, impact study states a draw of this development could potentially be that its residents would use public transportation. Currently, to walk to the SEPTA Stratford station, train station is very dangerous as both vehicle and foot traffic share the narrow shoulderless road leading to the train station. What are the plans to make the walk to SEPTA Stratford station safe for both vehicle and pedestrians? Goggin and Sanu Chola, 21 Grant Lane, Wayne, PA, Radnor Township. This next one is regards 208 North Aberdeen. I think we read this one already.
That's correct, we did.
There's a second email from Gregory Zarzi. Why haven't the residents on Forest Lane gotten a reply regarding the study to run a new stormwater sewer line in Fairfield Avenue? We were simply told the developer chose not to install a new stormwater sewer in Fairfield Avenue. I know it is a known fact that the existing stormwater sewer in Forest Lane has experienced an inability to management the current storm events. While the developer continues to state they will not increase the flow in that sewer, they have not taken the initiative to install the requested new sewer to redirect the majority of the Radnor stormwater via Radnor property to the main conductor system in Old Eagle Road, thereby bypassing Forest Lane sewer and improving the homeowner's current condition in a good faith gesture. We continue to respectfully request action on this suggestion. Thank you. Next is Tim Hoyle, 12 Grant.
I have Sarah Menkes.
No, I don't have that one.
I'll take that, sir. From Sarah Menkes, dear Sir, Madam, I am writing as an investor in Radnor and a resident in vicinity of the Hamilton property to voice my concerns about density and complacency in the face of extreme stormwater changes and likely economic hardship. The recent years out of the 20 I have lived in the area have seen Route 30 turned into a river and 100-year floods at least once a season. It would be fallacious to allow a large development where there are only a couple of structures coverage on the belief that the impact would be minimal. To say nothing about the impending financial and eviction crisis likely to have an impact in the coming months, if only on homeowners' ability to get financing. Please reconsider this project. Sincerely, Sarah J. Henry.
Okay. All right, so this is from Tim Hoyle, 12 Grant Lane, Wayne, PA. I am very concerned with many aspects of this project. The developer is hoping to shoehorn in as many units as possible, adding drastically to density in an area that is already highly trafficked. I believe the area between Eagle and Old Eagle School Road tends to be neglected by both municipalities on both sides of the line. Radnor's decision on this development have the potential to negatively affect many residents, not just in Radnor, but also in neighboring Tredyffrin. Haverford Properties has graciously held preliminary meetings which affected residents, but I have not seen any changes in their plans that addressed our concerns. The residents have also asked for an example development project they have completed so that we could confirm their expertise in the neighborhood if the developer was good for their word. I'm not aware we were provided with any comparable projects. I believe the traffic study woefully understates the traffic at Stratford and Old Eagle School. This intersection includes a train station and narrow bridge underpass and lots of through traffic. I do not want to see added traffic routed to this intersection. I was recently rear-ended at this busy intersection. Pedestrian traffic is currently at risk. We need to make this area safer, not introduce more traffic. I request to have all access to the Hamilton development come from Eagle Road. This section of road is already commercial. In addition, please consider reducing the density of the project that is not in harmony with the surrounding tracts of homes. I also affirm my support for the previously submitted documents from the Hamilton property neighbors outlining in more detail our collective concerns and requests. Thank you, Tim Hoyle. There's another from Gregory Zarzi. I left off my contact information. His name is Gregory Zarzi, 6 Forest Lane, 300 feet from Forest Lane. I think I read the other part before.
That's correct.
Okay. Next is Brian Bursa, B-I-R-S-A.
I have Mary Beth Toriani.
Okay. I don't have that one.
I have that, sir. No, it's on both. So Mary Beth Tarunian, I live at 404 West Avenue, Wayne 19087. I share a property line with the proposed development. I lived in my home for approximately 30 years. When we first bought our home, the property in question was dense wood. Once Mrs. Hamilton bought the property, a number of trees has steadily declined each year to the point where it is now referred to as a meadow. So this is discussing the 9-lot subdivision. But later it does get into the townhomes. The Hamilton family sold the properties along Eagle and Stratford Avenue, so there are 4 new homes with barely any yards. Now the Hamilton family wants to add more development by wedging 9 homes into a narrow strip of what was open natural land, and then add yet another development of 41 townhomes on Stratford Avenue. This is a lot of development in a small area that will completely change the neighborhood. At what point is it considered too much development for one neighborhood? I reviewed the plans and have several questions and comments. The traffic report states that it was done on a Thursday in May 2019. The traffic report would be more accurate if it were done on a day when the farmer's market is open. It is typically closed on Thursdays, and that location brings a great deal of traffic. The intersection of West Avenue and Eagle Road was not fully involved in the traffic study information. The intersection is less than a block from what will be the only entrance and exit to the proposed development. Any traffic for the new development that will go downtown to Wayne will be leaving development, traveling eastbound down Eagle and taking a right onto West Avenue. The traffic study number of vehicles seemed extremely light for the intersection. I think the study should be done again when the farmer's market is open and include some information regarding the 41 townhomes are built on Stratford Avenue. The traffic report is only considering the current traffic, and it suggests very few vehicles will leave or come back to the 9-home development on any given day. I think the traffic study should also acknowledge that there should be a part 2 that acknowledges the increased traffic for the proposed 41 homes on Stratford Avenue. Both properties are owned by the same family. They are both being proposed at the same time in Radnor. We should not look at the information separately. All traffic impact should be considered for both developments at the same time. The traffic will increase substantially if 41 townhomes are built on Stratford Avenue. How will people in the Eagle Road development be able to pull out onto Eagle Road during rush hour? Are you going to put a stop sign there? There is a stop sign half a block down Eagle in one direction and a flashing red light 2 houses down in the other, so a stop sign would be very awkward. Additionally, How will the homes on Eagle ever be able to back out of their driveways if there's that much traffic? I think it will be a real impact on the Eagle Road homes. 3, the road is very narrow near the proposed development. What improvements will be implemented on Eagle Road? 4, how much lighting are they planning on putting in the development? It looks like 6 street lights are proposed. That is a considerable amount of light pollution that will directly impact my backyard. Currently, there is not lighting back there, and we are able to enjoy a nice private backyard. West Avenue does not have any street lights. How many street lights are on Stratford Avenue? I would like to see the street lights eliminated from the plan. I don't need my backyard all lit up from the street lights. The headlights from cars in the development and other lighting on each home will be enough to contend with and will completely change what we enjoy in our yard. The property is sloped towards West Avenue. Once you cover the property with what looks like over 50% pavement, the stormwater runoff is going to increase dramatically. How tall is the curb going to be? How tall is the curb going to be to stop all the water from the homes, driveways, and street from running towards West Avenue homes? The Hamilton-owned office buildings on Stratford Avenue drains a considerable amount of water directly on Eagle Road. Now we are talking about another Hamilton-owned property that will be sending water towards West Avenue. The water from the office building runs onto Eagle Road toward West Avenue. The water that doesn't run down the driveways of each home on Eagle takes a left because it slopes downward and run down to West Avenue like a river. How can we be sure that this new development is not going to overrun our properties from the back or add more water onto Eagle Road? In looking at the plans, the proposed decks or patios are past the dotted lines. So does that mean they will require a variance in order to build the patios or decks in these locations? They should build fewer homes so no variances are needed. How tall will the buildings be? I am also enclosing a letter supported by many neighbors regarding the proposed development. And there is a letter from, this letter is addressed to the smaller currently empty lot. So if we get to that, I would read that for the 9-lot subdivision.
The next one I have is Brian Bursa. Brian and Shireen Bursa, 4 Grant Lane, Wayne. We are located at the corner of Stratford Road and Grant Lane. We are less than 100 yards from the Hamilton property. We are concerned over the traffic impact of proposed development of the larger Hamilton plot, particularly impact to Stratford Road heading towards Old Eagle School Road. The additional 40+ homes planned for the Hamilton property, all with ingress and egress on the Stratford Road, would cause a hazard for pedestrians, existing homeowners, and motorists on Stratford Road and the intersection of Stratford and Old Eagle School Road. The traffic counts were not studied at the intersection. This is the first bullet point. Traffic counts were not studied at the intersections of Stratford and Old Eagle School Road. This intersection is a major exit point for Stratford Avenue residents heading towards King of Prussia and Route 422 corridor. The Stratford train station brings significant foot traffic along Stratford Road. Next bullet point. There are no sidewalks along Stratford Road from the train station to Grant/Hedgerow, causing pedestrian traffic to share the road with motorists. There's a great deal of commuter foot traffic to and from the train station, to the local community, as well as the businesses along and around Lancaster Avenue. In addition, there are dog walkers, family cyclists, all sharing this stretch of roadway. Next bullet point. Finally, there is a tremendous convergence of foot and car traffic at the intersection of Stratford and Old Eagle School due to the train station. During rush hours, the backup at the stop sign on Stratford can take several minutes. Given the development plan will only exit the Stratford Road, it is clear that the situation will be made significantly worse. Next bullet point. There is also limited visibility due to the railroad overpass and a high amount of foot traffic at the train station crossing both Stratford and Old Eagle School. Next bullet point. There's also limited lighting along the stretch of the roadway. And final bullet point, the additional homes proposed will cause additional delays and cause a great risk to pedestrians and motorists along Stratford Road and the intersection at Old Eagle School. Brian Bursa. The next one is another one from Gregory Zarzi. which is, it looks like it's a repeat of his last one. So I won't read it again. The next one, Mary. The
I'm
next
here.
one is from a resident who lives in Malvern. And it's, I'll read it, but it's, Dear Radnor Township, I no longer live on the main line, thank the good Lord, but I am writing to you about the Hamilton property, or where Dodo Hamilton lived. I believe it is in both Radnor and Tredyffrin townships. People see the late Dodo Hamilton as always a preservationist. Not completely true, as all you have to do is look at the density of the development in a spot in West Vincent Township, Chester County, where she once owned property as well. The current proposal is the furthermost edge of Radnor Township and will also IMHO drastically affect residents of both Radnor and Tredyffrin. Traffic is already a nightmare there regularly, and what of Radnor Township School District? Question mark. Apparently the schools, like many other schools and school districts, are bursting at the seams. More development doesn't alleviate this issue, and yes, school districts are supposed to be autonomous of townships, but are they really? Let's stop playing dumb there. Also back there is a mess when it really rains. So what about stormwater management? You can't pretend it will be okay, and the entire Wayne area is already a mess, mostly every time it rains, especially North Wayne. In this area they are calling NOLA Wayne, north of Lancaster. I guess dear Radnor Township, just stop pretending and send a bad plan back to the drawing board. People who live around the Hamilton estate deserve better. Carla Zambelli Mudry, Malvern, PA.
So, Mr. Chair, we do have one from a Mr. Joe Shuda that's before that.
Okay.
As noted, the Hamilton tract, as proposed, is comprised of 3 individual deeded properties, all with unique tax folio numbers. None of the individual properties meet the 5-acre requirement for a conditional use application. The acreage summation of the 3 properties totals approximately 7.75 acres. As the Hamilton estate or the conditional use applicant aggregated the 3 parcels of the estate into one contiguous parcel of 7.75 acres to meet the conditional use requirements? Thank you, Joe Shuda.
Next one I have is from Heather Gallagher.
Correct.
She writes, please put green space, trees, and room to breathe. There were drainage issues, traffic, and overcrowding. Every inch of our town does not have to be covered in new construction, all for greed and taxes.
I think we heard that one.
Yeah, this sounds familiar. I thought I read it before. Yeah, 417 Peachtree. Yeah, I read that before. Next is Marianne Mahoney. Marianne and Jack Mahoney, 5 Grant Lane.
Correct.
Sounds familiar too. Our home abuts the proposed development. The front of our house faces Stratford Avenue, but our address is 5 Grant Lane. I have attended every meeting concerning this proposed development, along with many other Radnor and Tredyffrin residents. I agree with all the concerns of my Grant Lane neighbors, but I have particular concerns that would affect only our property. These concerns are: 1, even considering that the developer's stormwater system would work, water continues to run down Stratford Avenue. Since we are the first property at the end of the proposed development, this water will run onto our front lawn and may flood our basement. My question is, who would be responsible for our water damage? Presently, this water floods our front lawn, makes a large pond in our corner, Stratford and Grant Lane, before the water continues to travel to our Tredyffrin neighbors. 2, increased vehicular traffic along with accompanying noise. We have certainly experienced an increase in this regard over the years. Presently, our china and glassware and our living room cabinets vibrate and move with the heavy vehicular traffic we presently have. How much worse will this get with so much more heavy traffic right next to our property? 3, increased foot traffic on our front lawn decreases our privacy. Our home and living room face Stratford Avenue, and our house is the closest to the actual Stratford Avenue road blacktop of any house, any home along Stratford Avenue. We understand that people have to cross our lawn to get to the train station, but the proposed development highlights their closeness to the Stratford train station with their hope of getting people to buy their homes. More people crossing our front lawn will have the effect of decreasing our privacy even more. I've already had pedestrians comment on our living room decor. I do not see how the proposed development brings any positive results to the present overall good of our community. Thank you for listening to our concerns. Next one I have is Tim Hoyle again. This time, Mr. Hoyle states, in regards to the conditional use application for Ithan Avenue, I'm glad to hear the commissioners were very swayed by the votes of the community members and neighbors. I hope the commissioners are just as swayed by the outpouring of concern by the neighbors in this case. Thank you, Tim. And there's a second email from Mr. Rushman.
Hang on, Commissioner.
Margaret Rushman. I read it before, but he added another thing on this one. He says, looking at the map, it looks like there are several lots that need to be combined to get 5 acres. What rule allows that? And that's the last one I have.
So we have a few more, Mr. Lord. Trish, if you can make sure I'm okay, I have, unless it was read, Joe Shuda at 7:56 p.m.
Correct.
I think you read that one.
No, this is a different
He
one.
sent several.
Yeah, to ensure that the plan be more in line with the conditional use requirements, I would strongly suggest that units 12 through 15 be eliminated to allow for the following. The expansion of the current infiltration field currently behind units 12 through 15. The elimination of excessive impervious surfaces in development. Creation of additional common open space and additional tree planting. The above bullet points are critical to the Forest Lane and Grant Lane communities in order to address stormwater runoff, reduction of impervious surfaces, and maintenance of open space. Approval of conditional use should not be granted that do not include these points. The developer will see a 10% reduction in their fiscal plan by modifying their conditional use application. Thank you. Dawn Moore. I am weighing in on stormwater and traffic concerns relative to the development project at Stratford Avenue. These are big concerns for us residents and look forward to a comprehensive plan around both these issues. Thank you, Dawn Moore. Jeff and Beth Brault. Follow-up question answer, listening to your comment on the first applicant on Ithan. You made a comment about being unsure whether the homeowners association would permit the different areas to be joined as one parcel. For 3 of the 4 Hamilton properties, does the deed of trust and or the will, if one of the parcels are still in the estate, which I'm not sure the answer to because I don't know who the trustees and or executors are. We've only ever dealt with the developer or engineers in our discussions. End of parentheses. Allows for these tracts to be joined as one and developed, whether or not they have to involve the beneficiaries in any way. And I guess if the Attorney General needs to be in the loop, if, for example, there's a charitable beneficiary. I'm dictating this. Sorry. Hopefully it comes across coherently. I have no specialized knowledge in this area, but Mary is good at explaining the rules. That she is. To the Planning Commission, I am Brian P. Curley, resident of 136 Fairfield Lane, Wayne, PA, and I wish to express my objections to the density modification request for the Hamilton Estate. My property is downhill from the Hamilton Estate, and properties that are owned by the Hamilton Trust, including 142 Fairfield Lane, 18 Forest Lane, and Eagle Village, 503 Lancaster Avenue. As noted in the proposal, the property currently does not have stormwater management. Additionally, the Eagle Village property also does not have a stormwater management plan because they were developed in the 70s before Radnor Township had a stormwater management plan requirement. My property and my neighbor's property at 140 Fairfield Lane are currently experiencing serious damage from stormwater that is originating from the Hamilton Estate that flows into the Eagle Village property. Our properties share a detached garage and driveway that are experiencing erosion issues. The proposed density modification and subsequent land development plan shows that stormwater and sanitary sewer runoff is to come into the property at 18 Forest Lane and connect to an existing sewer line in the street. I believe the addition of 50 residents with subsequent impervious surfaces uphill from my property will overwhelm the sewer system and cause additional damage to my property and the property of my neighbors. Additionally, the Gannett Fleming review of November 30th, 2020 to Steve Norsini at Radnor Township shows 16 stormwater management issues that need to be addressed and 6 sanitary sewer issues that need to be addressed. Also, the Site Engineering Concepts LLC letter of November 23rd, 2020 to Radnor Township shows 19 stormwater issues that need to be addressed. I am asking the Planning Commission to deny the density modification request. I believe that I have the right to object to the plan because I can show that there would be a high degree of probability that the proposed use would substantially affect the health and safety of the community. I can provide videos and pictures to show the damage that is occurring from the stormwater runoff. Thank you, BPC.
I got one from
Tim Hoyle.
No, let's see. I got one from Tim Hoyle that I just read that came in at 8:19 p.m.
Yes. And
All right.
then,
And Rushman, I read that one, and then
how about Mark Gato at 8:35?
no, I got one at 8:35.
So Mr. Gato says, can we get a delay on this decision so the residents can hire their own stormwater and traffic consultants? Mark Gato. Another one for Mr. Gato. Question: how can a plan be reviewed before conditional use is granted? Now we're up to Marishman.
Okay, now I got one from just Pa Kiwi is what it says, but actually.
Yeah,
it's
but
from-
we have one before that.
Who is it?
Marishman, I'll take that, sir. Looking at the map.
Yeah, I just read that.
Looks
Looking
like-
at the map, it looks like there's several lots that need to be combined to get 5 acres. What rules allow that?
Okay, the last one is yours.
This is from Jeremy Gray and Paolo Zarate, 231 Stratford Avenue, Wayne. We are located directly opposite the Hamilton large property, and it sits adjacent to the smaller lot. Hey, do me a favor. Take this down. We have the image. Let's go back, yeah, because it's been flashing. And I guess the signal's not stable. Okay, so go back to this email. We are located directly opposite the Hamilton large property and sit adjacent to the smaller lot. We echo the concerns expressed by the other residents of the neighborhood with respect to stormwater and traffic management. And for the sake of expediency, we will not repeat the concerns or questions by the other residents, but strongly support the satisfactory resolution of those concerns. Kind regards, Jeremy Gray and Paola Zarate. And that's the last one I have, and I think we've covered the waterfront. Now,
yes, sir.
I think it's time for a vote. We heard from our engineer that they have satisfied, the applicant in this matter has satisfied all of the requirements to be granted a conditional use based on density modification. So can I have a proposal, a motion to recommend approval of the conditional use?
John, I think it's clear that we should approve this.
Yeah, me too. So I think we have to do it still by a motion. So if somebody would make a motion, I appreciate it.
I'll make a motion, John.
Okay. So moved, a second?
I second.
Okay, all in favor? Okay,
Aye.
looks unanimous. So that, the record will reflect that we recommend approval. Well, you know what, it's 9:56. You want to take a stab getting rid of the preliminary land development plan for Hamilton Road? That's the 9 development? Oh, it's the same group of people for the applicant?
Yes, that's us.
I don't know whether we're going to get another wave of of public comment via email, perhaps normal people have better things to do and have now gone to sleep. But one can never tell.
Well, John, I'll say one thing. Because we were put off until the 21st of December, our next meeting is January 5.
That's correct.
Right around the corner. Like, I see a lot of people with sleepy heads right now. I'm not sure we should actually persist because I don't think it's fair. Because I'm half out of the game now. I'm like, it's been 4 hours.
Christmas.
And it's the 21st of December. And if the applicant can stand it, we could see him on the 5th.
Okay.
So, I have
George,
a question with that. And Mary, maybe you can help me. Would that mean if we do that, they would have to submit new notification packages, correct?
No. Anybody, excuse me, anybody who is interested in this project should be tuning into this meeting tonight.
Okay.
And if you announce now publicly when the Planning Commission will be reviewing this, the time, the date, and the vehicle, meaning virtual meeting, then anybody who's interested will be able to tune in, and new notifications are not required to be sent.
Okay, thank you.
okay, so George, do you have a problem letting us do this on January the 5th?
I'll ask Mr. Howder to let me know if there's a problem. I know myself and Mr. Lambert have a long ago scheduled meeting in another township that night. But I
guess,
was trying to
George,
get coverage.
Just to, I guess, cut to the chase, and I am very mindful of everyone's schedules and the week that we're operating in. But the 9-lot plan for across the street is not a conditional use. Is it just that we're asking the Planning Commission to consult with staff here tonight or on the 5th and say, have they reviewed the 9-lot plan and does it comply with the zoning code?
No, what we're asking is that everybody's getting tired and we would just want to deal with it on January the 5th.
Do we have a 90-day problem, Steve?
I don't believe so. I'm going to pull up the review letter. Roger, if you have it handy, I think we're fine on the 90-day, but let me pull that up.
I think you have time.
Yes.
We have no objection. I was just asking, and I can take it up with George offline as to.
Yeah. Is there any way?
Appreciate it.
Is there any way you could start at 6 again and put us first? Then I could make it to my other meeting.
George, Matt here.
Hi.
I think we should start at 5. But that's that'd be my preference for these long meetings. But yeah, we can do 6 because everyone's home. Everyone's in a situation where they can do this. It's like there's no reason for us to start late. I don't think ever again, actually.
So if it so pleases the Planning Commission to do that, we'll have to advertise that again, Trish, since it's a change.
That's correct.
And so we need so many days ahead.
24 hours.
Okay, 24. Okay. So we can do that tomorrow.
Yep.
There has already been an extension provided for this project through the 31st of January. So we're good.
Oh, great. Okay. There's one more public comment at 9:59. I'll just read this, and it's from Jeff Boalt. The public asked several questions that dealt with conditional use, and no one has answered those questions. The information in this email and any attachments, it's just one of those standard things. Okay. So I guess we're finished.
Actually, Mr. Chairman, we're not. So I just wanted to let the Planning Commission know that this is our last night with Mr. Lord. He is moving on to the Zoning Hearing Board. So I want to thank him from myself and from the Township for all the great work he's done here on the Planning Commission and as chair. So thank you, John Lord.
Well, Steve, thank you. And I wanted to take just a moment to thank everybody that I served with. Not all of you are here. It's been a really great experience. It really has been, both as a chairman and as a member. Learned an awful lot. But I have to admit, I really enjoyed serving the community. I think it's something that everybody should get involved with. It certainly does take your time, but that's okay. I mean, we all live here and we see the concerns that people have. I mean, we see them in these emails we just read. Sometimes they become a little annoying, but it's democracy at its best. It really is. It's democracy in action at the very elemental level. And I think it's in this day and age, it's really important to be a participant in such things. And you got friends and relatives who live in the township and they're not participating, and you think they should, you should bug them. But in any event, thank you, all of you, and especially to the staff. You guys have been absolutely great. No doubt about it. We can never do any of this without you guys.
It's been a pleasure working
do it, but we'd be breaking the law and fumbling around and having all sorts of, keeping John Rice in a courtroom 24/7.
And just remember, folks, our chairman here is going to the zoning hearing board. So he's not going to be totally out of our hair.
Yeah, right. I'll be looking for those advice on those zoning things I always try to avoid.
A pleasure, John.
Okay.
Yes,
it has
been a pleasure.
Good
No.
luck, everybody.
Thank you, John.
Hold on. So with that being said, we, because it's the December meeting, we have to do nominations.
Yes, thank you very much. I meant to bring that up. It falls to the remaining members to appoint a couple of maybe 3 individuals who will act as a nomination committee. You might recall this from the past. And your task is to nominate a vice chairman and a chairman. And it's entirely up to you. And then on January the 5th, January 4th is the reorganization day. So it has to all be done by then. So that on January the 5th, you can announce who is going to be the chairperson and vice chairperson of the Planning Commission. And also at that time, and I think we did this last year, but I'm not sure we could get anybody to volunteer, is that we need the Planning Commission's representative to the Environmental
Advisory Council.
Advisory Council, thank you. Now, I understand in the rumor mill that Skip is making a return. He wants to come back. He's sat out his year, and now he's eligible to come back on the board and the commission. And I think he's asked to do that. I know that that's something he likes to do, so I can just, since he's not here, take advantage of him and maybe appoint him in abstention.
So Mr. Chairman, he's not an official planning commissioner until the board appoints him.
Okay, I just gave you legal advice. Okay, I take it back. But that's one other thing you have to keep in mind to appoint that. But that all has to be finished by January 5. So everybody, it was a pleasure to serve with you. I know I'll be seeing all of you, and happy holidays.
Happy holidays.
Happy holidays to y'all.
Thank you, John.
Bye-bye now.
Bye.
Good night.
Good night.